entire thing was great.
Yeah.
When he teased it like that, you gotta know. You gotta know when he kept teasing it like that. You gotta know that eventually it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh, is that tight?
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I got the notifications that we're live.
Yep.
Does that mean
I see it.
Does that mean we were live talking about the Kendrick Lamar show?
A little bit.
Featuring the NFL?
A little bit.
Kendrick Lamar
I almost want to check
featuring
the stream to
Super
see if the
Hall
first
on
thing that
show.
got said was was the favorite song, but you know they love the Sue part.
Alrighty, so yes, hello everybody, and welcome to our latest session of Strixhaven. Finally, tonight we end year 1.
Hello, mortals.
That's me. I'm immortal.
Yeah, 11 sessions after I said this is where it's gonna end. We're finally ending the damn thing. So so tonight we'll be ending year 1. So that being said, 2 weeks from now, so on March 4th, we will actually not be starting year 2. We will actually be doing a one-shot. It's actually going to be the first of what I hope will be a series of one-shots, set more specifically to this campaign. And currently we're in the process of getting all that put together. But yeah, that is going to be a one-shot. And if anybody's watching who also happens to watch other videos on our channel, you might recall that our friend Ryan has been replaying Sly 2. Hope you're in the mood for a fucking heist, because that's the one shot. It's a heist.
Dang, where's Ryan for that one?
So yeah,
Who knows? A special guest.
I know. I got to get Ryan in here, Brandon too, because technically, years ago, I did send them D&D stuff, and I hope you still have it, but I gotta get them in here at some point. But March 4th is going to be the one shot. So then March 18th, that is when we're actually starting year 2. So yeah, Dave, you gotta wait a little bit longer.
Oh no.
I wonder how many people are going to watch the one shot and realize what reference my character is.
Oh, we'll find
You'll
out.
have to watch to see what it is, though.
I wonder what if any of my fellow players are going to realize what the reference is to my character. Because I'm gonna be back on my bullshit.
So yes, it should hopefully be a lot of fun. All right.
Imagine Danny running an actual heist campaign altogether.
Okay, let's get through school shenanigans first.
Look,
Right.
I come pre-built with bullshit.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
The installation package.
Alrighty, so with that said, are we all ready to begin this session proper?
Heck yeah.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Oh,
Alright, so on the latest edition of the Campus Quickies, the campus had an interesting guest visit the Bow's End Tavern, one Dovin Bond, the previous security contractor for the school. It said that he was seen talking to Pacifico Whitewater, who was distinctly unhappy at the appearance of the Vidalcan senator. Several students vanished for around an hour and a half sometime the day after. Nobody seems to know where they went. Among the missing students are our group of heroes, Pacifico, Amy, Canvas, and Luke. Their whereabouts seem to be kept secret from everyone, including the campus faculty. On brighter news, the year finally ends, and the students are going to go to their holidays and relax while they wait for the new year to begin. All right, so let me pull up my playlist.
Oh boy, Mr. Krabs.
All right. So let's begin this thing.
Are we gonna begin? I think.
Yeah, we are actually going to be beginning. We are going to begin in the Sedgemoor Swamp. So, Luke, feel free to place your tokens wherever. Alrighty, so with that said, the base for the Convergent Embassy is underway. Luke, you, Flitz, Jumps, and Badsum, you've all just been working tirelessly on cleaning out the old lab buildings of their dilapidated furnishings before you each take on different jobs. What kind of stuff are you working on at the moment? Like, what do you have your little companions working on?
Setting up primarily a spot for Luke to be able to sleep.
Okay.
Because if he's going to be here the entire time, he's going to work on the more intense stuff, like actually bringing in materials, and he's going to have the homunculi primarily setting up things that are relatively light that they can carry as a pair.
Okay. Alrighty, so so you're just working, doing all that stuff. And then that is where you hear kind of like right outside the door here, you hear a knock at the door.
Luke makes his way over and just opens it.
All right.
Hello?
And behind the door you see your teacher, Verelda.
Oh, Miss Lang.
I was like, hello, Luke. How's your work coming along?
Well, the buildings need a decent amount of work, but I've managed to get all the old broken stuff out. The lab is actually surprisingly well built.
Well, this building's been around for a very long time. I mean, I'll admit it'll be nice to see it have some life again. Now,
Amy put down some notes that she wanted a growing area around here, probably and he points down to this location, probably in that section and a bit outside.
Okay, I could easily help out with that.
If you would, that would be great. I'm not the best with plants.
Not a problem. Well, yep, I'll get to working on that, and yeah, if you need me for anything, by all means, let me know.
I will. I've just got to start bringing in probably some wood to patch up and fix holes in the building.
All right. Okay. And then, all right, so we'll just have, just kind of going, going around, back and forth, working on stuff. And then, I want you to make a perception check.
Oh boy. First roll of the session. Here we go. I happen to be particularly okay. 16.
16. Okay, so as you're working on holes and such, you take a peek outside. More help is around.
Luke is just there's a hole in the wall, right here. And he's just like, are those the frogs?
It's like, yep, the frogs there. Yep, they're just kind of
makes his way out,
popping over.
G'day.
Okay.
I can't talk to you. I don't know how to speak with you.
Okay. All right. So then, Verelda will probably overhear the commotion, and she'll just come over. She's be like, "Luke, is everything okay?"
Are you able to speak to these four?
He's like, oh, and she just comes over and she just goes, she's like, yeah, and she just kind of like, introduces herself, and they just start croaking back, and she's like, oh, I see, they want to help you. They feel really bad about what happened earlier. Like, I assume this is that incident when in the stadium.
I can only assume so.
Yeah, they said they feel really bad, and they wanna make it up. They want to make it up to you in any way they can.
Hang on, I'm gonna check the notes of what everyone actually wanted that I could potentially task them with. It was the thing.
Okay. I mean, all else fails, I can send them somewhere.
Where we put the ideas that everyone had and that they wanted? I have forgotten.
War.
I am a foolish samurai warrior.
Wielding. I'm not gonna just.
Aha! Here we go.
Yeah, as I was about to say, because I'm trying to remember myself. Where did we put that info?
It's in general.
Oh,
Aha!
okay.
Aha! Well, are they particularly good at moving water? Because Pacifico, and he flips through his the clipboard. Pacifico noted he wanted his room to practically be underwater so he could see into and speak to the fish.
Yeah. Let me ask. And then she'll talk froggies. And, again, they just kind of start croaking back.
They're gonna talk froggy.
Yeah, and then, she said, I think maybe if I help them out, like, I can probably start, digging in, kind of like digging into the dirt, and they can, kind of help, with the excavation.
That'd work.
All right, and then she goes and gives them the okay, tells them what needs to be done, and that is where you notice specifically the blue frog. The blue frog kind of like just kind of like hops, and then just kind of like starts like croaking at the other three.
I can only assume that he's a leader.
Yep, he be the leader.
Blue is the leader frog.
I wonder why you made the blue frog the leader. It's a mystery.
Well, it was between him or the red one, because technically I believe the red one won the race. But ultimately I went with the blue one, so the red one's probably more like the muscle of the group. Because he's the frog champion.
Wait, what are the other colors?
Orange and purple. Yeah, Amy had the purple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Amy had the purple frog. I think Luke had the orange one. Canvas, I believe, had the red one.
Okay, so the red one's the muscles. I'm assuming the purple one is like the tech.
Or orange.
Okay. You don't need to make the TMNT reference, but okay.
The blue one's the leader.
The blue one's the leader, the red one's the muscle, the orange one's Goofy, and the purple one's the tech.
I mean, we could do it that way if you want.
Oh my
head
god, we now have names for them.
Ninja froggies.
Yeah, it's like my headcanon, believe it or not, I'm thinking about is like, okay, yeah, if we end up recruiting the frogs and shit, it's like how stupid would it be if they were like the penguins of Madagascar of this campaign?
No, we have names for them now. We know who they are now.
Yeah. It's Donnie, Raph, Mikey. Oh my god.
Yep. So okay, it's like all right. So I guess okay. So Teenage Mutant Ninja Frogs it is then. Okay.
I will decide. I will meditate on this and decide who is leader. It's Leonardo.
All right. All right. So yep. So yeah. With that, yeah, Verelda will take the frogs, and yeah, they'll just kind of start working on a bunch of the outside projects. And Luke, you said you're gonna continue working on your area.
Yeah, continue working on the lab and a place for him first and foremost, as well as general repairs to the buildings.
Yeah.
Because this place needs some work, and well, it just so happens that Luke is very, very qualified in building.
All right.
And then Fang the broker stops by to deliver some coffee beans.
Nah. Nah, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Speaking of which, hang on. Hang on a tick. Okay. Yeah, like you mentioned coffee. I think it's a good time to switch over. Alrighty. Whoop. Yep, hang on.
Alright, Blue's Clues, you're up.
Alright. Alrighty. So.
My eyes, what is this? There's so much going on.
Oh, hello there, Siren Man.
Alright, so Pacifico, feel free to drop your token. There you go.
Oh,
All right.
Oh.
Yes. Okay, so as you had planned, Pacifico, you have gone to the plane of Ixalan, and you're currently plunging into what is just simply known as the caverns. And at your side is a friend and guide, a native to this world. And he's wearing a long pirate coat, a set of goggles sitting atop his head, and long white feathers are down his pale arms, like, forming wings. And to his fellow pirates, he is simply known as the Alluring Siren, but you happen to you just call him by his real name.
Yo, Malcolm, thanks for guiding me down here.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, anything for you.
Anything, huh? Anyway.
All right. So you said you're looking for some kind of a magic power source.
Yeah, precisely. Preferably something electrically aligned, which I think I've heard of here before. I just didn't really know where to look.
Well, I'll take you to our little treasure and have you take a look. Okay, so you're just kind of delving into the caverns. Yeah, ultimately, you're gonna make your way kind of like right up here, like this, like crystal area, like in the frickin' this, like in the northern part here. You're gonna be making your way up. All right, and then as you're walking, he's just gonna be like, "All right, so you have to tell me how's this school? What do they got you doing there?"
I mean, typical shit. Typical shit, studying various arcane things, lots of textbooks, lots of papers.
Yeah, sounds
Fight.
boring.
Yeah. Oh, and there's also the fighting animated chests and other sorts of things. Oh, there was also an attempt on my life. That was fun.
It's like, oh, really? Oh, you've got to tell me about that.
Yeah. You remember me telling you about that one thing when I was a kid?
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have to refresh my memory. There's been a lot of things you've done in your childhood.
You know what? Fair. It was when the school I was attending got attacked and my friend.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It was that friend that was trying to kill me.
Ooh. Well, I trust you did something.
I'm not exactly proud of this, but my first instinct when ending up fighting her was to... He kind of makes a motion for the stabby in the chest.
Yeah, and Malcolm just kind of smiles. He's like, would you look at that? You're a pirate after all.
He rolls his eyes and it's like, look, she's a planeswalker too, which was probably the most unexpected part of that. And part of me was just, I was actually in, he lets his eyes glow red for half a second and then settle back. But the thing that's kind of fucked up about that is even though I was like that, I was actually in control. That was an active choice.
It's like, well, that's certainly an improvement from when we first met.
Considering who we're talking about here, Malcolm, I'm not sure if improvement's the right word.
Look, I'm just saying, like, when you first just showed up here, it's like you were nuts.
Yeah, but you know what I mean by that. At least then I could claim to have been out of control of myself. Now I can't. And considering the type of monster she was willing to call me.
But hey, you took care of the problem. So.
About that. Somebody showed up. And saved her. Took her away.
Oh, well, of course.
So it's probably not going to be my last meeting with her.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Tell me about it.
Alright. Okay, he's like, well, here's hoping... Oh, there... Okay, here. Yeah, come here. Here's hoping that this'll help you out here. And he's gonna kind of guide you around. And yeah, you just see this giant hunk of crystal. So it's like, yeah, and just right off the bat, because if you go, you can already just kind of feel like just strong pulses of magic just emanating from it.
Holy shit.
There,
Don't exactly need detect magic to figure that one out.
Yeah, well, there she is. There's our little treasure. She's pure cosmium.
Cosmium, huh?
Mm-hmm. Feel free to make an Arcana check.
Sure. Because I think it's debatable if Pacifico is familiar with Cosmium. 17. He's probably heard of it. Yeah, 17.
Okay. So you've at least heard of it. It is a magic material, like, magic rocks. They use these, kind of as power sources. They're a massive resource specific to Ixalan. And, just as you're, kind of like feeling it out and such, you can feel all kind of power coming through it. And yeah, you can even sense, like, a little twinge of electricity coming through there. So yeah, there is some lightning magic in this big piece.
He just looks to Malcolm and he's like, your crew has a giant stockpile of cosmium like that. And he thinks for a second and it's like, yeah, that explains a lot, actually.
Yep, it's like, yep, we're the only ones that know about this little vein here, and now you. And we want to keep it that way. So just grab what you need and just hold on tight to that little beauty for me. Got it?
You got it. He does make a motion of locking key on his mouth, and he goes to get a piece. It's like, the guy I'm taking this to is probably going to ask, but I'm just going to have to tell him to not worry about it.
All right. All right. Okay. Anything else that you need from here, Pacifico?
Doesn't seem like it. He'll end up turning to Malcolm and it's like, thanks for your help.
God, yeah, no problem. So
Maybe next time I'll be the one kicking your ass?
I'd like to see you try. It's like, I won't bring my gun this time.
Yeah, to be fair, the gun was a little bit of an advantage.
To be fair, you did rip a hole in my coat.
I mean, I was aiming for ripping a hole somewhere else. Your heart, maybe.
This is tense. This is tense. For some reason, there's a tensity between these two.
Okay. Alrighty, so yeah, so they'll probably do some more like flirty banter and shit, so I think that's also now a good time. Yeah, we can now move over to the next scene. Okay, so let me switch over here. Okay, so now we're gonna be in Eldraine. So Amy, feel free to drop your token. MM, if you want to be here, you are more than welcome to. Otherwise we'll have you somewhere else.
I think Emma will be somewhere else, simply because we'll figure it out. It out.
Yeah, not a problem. Okay, then. All right, so upon the lands that crosses over from the Freya Farms to Ardenval Castle stands a large marble stone building, decorated with carvings of birds, knight statues, and a large stone carved in the likeness of a mirror. Amy, you are approaching a mausoleum. It's not a place of sadness, rather a place of tranquility. Birds sing their songs, flowers are blooming all over the grounds, animals are even wandering around, not even frightened by the human presence. The trees stand tall and proud, and sunlight is peeking through the leaves. Amy, when you approach this place, you're holding some sunflowers, roses, lilies of the valley, but you're not sad. You know, this place does bring you a sense of peace. This is the gravesite of your father, Arthur Freya. And his gravesite's not too far from the Kenrith Royal Graveyard, as given that he and the High King were once friends.
Hey, Dad. It's been a minute, hasn't it? I know you're watching over me and the rest of the family, and well, I don't deny it. It's been one heck of a roller coaster. And I know I messed up a lot, but I didn't mean any harm. And you know, dealing with my inner demons. The two people who I bonded with are Fae, and well, one of them has an evil spirit inside them. I wish I could find that precious item of yours. The link to our past. The relic that could see through illusions, trickery, and lies. The mirror you cherish so deeply. But more importantly, I wish I could hear your voice one more time.
Alrighty, cue flashback!
Oh yeah!
Because of course we have to have one of those. So again, Amy, feel free to drop your token. Okay, so it was fall as Arthur, John, and Amy, they're at the gates of Freya Farms, which has just completed building its walls to prevent the wilds from getting into the farmlands. For the past few months, powerful Fae had been trying to get into the farmland to cause mischief, only to be stopped by Arthur's power and his mirror. His wife Odette is out with her squad and the Kenrith twins looking for the High King, who was kidnapped by a very powerful shapeshifter. During this chilly day, Arthur, Amy, and John, they're offering food and healing services to those who continue to fight against the Fae. Okay, Jen, do you want to voice Arthur, or shall I?
I will. Why not?
Okay.
Take what you need. Remember, you're not alone in this battle.
It's like, yeah. And the old woman that he's talking to just on the verge of tears, Oh, thank you, kind sir. It's like, that looks like that's the rest of them.
Not quite.
Okay, let's move the old lady out of the way. Alrighty. And let's move you here. Okay. Approaching the farm's gate was an old man, hunched over, short, and a hood covering his face. But Arthur, Amy, and John, they can see white, scraggly hair, wrinkled skin, and even bad teeth. And the beggar also has a cart being drawn by a mule behind him. It's like, good sir, are you perhaps the healer and giver of food who I've heard so much about?
Why, yes. I'm Arthur Freya. What troubles you?
Forgive this old beggar, but I'm in need of food. Garenbrig is suffering a lot, and I had no choice but to travel out here. I also have a dear pet of mine that needs some meat. He is my only protector against the loyal dogs of some powerful beings.
Of course, we have plenty. John, please fetch a bag, and bring some goat jerky as well. This should last you for a few weeks and keep you and your companion well fed.
Coming up! Amy, pack up some fruit and bread!
On it! Alright, anything else? Certainly you must have another reason than just coming this far for just food.
If you do not mind me asking some things, but is it true you can see through the Fae's magic of trickery and illusions? You see, my place has been dealing with the Fae lately.
Well, yes and no. You see, The Fae have been trying their hardest to get into my family's farmland and cause all kinds of trouble for the townfolk as well. However, it seems they finally stopped coming around here. I for certain can't see them, but I don't have it on me at the moment, but I have an item that allows me to see through their lies, illusions, and trickery. I can even expose them too.
Is it possible that I may see it?
Well, I really can't. I'm still on my guard. I fear the Fae have spread the word of this item to able to see through their magic and tricks.
Ah, understandable. You can't drop your guard. But is it then possible to acquire your services?
Arthur, being curious. My services?
My village is in trouble dealing with their own Fae problems. There's a powerful Fae there. He's been stealing seeds, livestock, and even the hearts of the men and women there. I heard he turned into a temptress, seduced a groom, and then he got with a maiden to set to wedding a rich man. Oh, we could really use your help in exposing this trickster.
Well, I don't know. My wife is gone and...
Don't worry, Dad. Me and John can look after stuff, and we have the servants to help us too.
Oh, you have polite children, good sir. An upstanding boy, and an adorable little daughter. She's quite the doll.
Thank you. I guess I can help. I will do my best to help you.
Thank you. And I must go. Thank you for your kindness once more. Here's the directions to my village. I hope you can catch this tricky Fae. And as he'll set off, Arthur and a servant, they're gonna go get their wagon and head off to this village to find this Fae. Okay. All right. But when they arrive in the square of this village, yeah, something immediately is amiss.
This is actually really pretty.
Okay. Yeah. There are no people here. It's overgrown with trees, flowers, and the air is just teeming with magic. It's a place that has been claimed by the wilds. And that's when they realize that, yep, this is indeed a trap. Sick. Right. Let's make sure is the music going. Okay, yeah, okay. So I just had to make sure, is the music working? I didn't know if, yeah, I didn't know if the music bot was fucking with me again.
As you do.
Alrighty. Okay, so, so he and the servant, as they've wandered in, they immediately become overwhelmed with fae. So goblins, some elves, and some fairies. And despite the numbers, Arthur actually can hold his own. He's, casting down some holy magic, and he's doing his best to scare the fae off. In his hand, he actually has a mirror, and he's using it to see invisible enemies. And if there's any illusions that they're casting, yeah, it's just being dispelled. And his servant is just fighting off with, probably just like a measly short sword, and he's just slashing at anything, that's just getting around. As the two fight with their might, the tide of the battle begins, it shifts to Arthur and the servant's favor. That is until a powerful aura comes over the battlefield, causing all of the smaller fae to retreat. And in their place appears a hag, a wood elf, a Korid, and a satyr. And the satyr kind of just approaches them and then just says, surrender. And then, without a thought, Arthur drops his sword, falls to the ground. From the wood elf's hands on the ground, weeds, vines, thorns, they sprout from the earth, wrapping themselves around both the men. The hag reaches out towards Arthur. He can feel a hand ghosting over him until he feels a pull at his belt. The mirror that he had on him comes loose, and it just kind of rises into the air, being held by this ghostly hand. And the hand just kind of, floats away from him and towards what we see. We see the old man. And as the mirror approaches him, Arthur recognizes, okay, yeah, this is the man from before, but he notices immediately his voice is different. It's like, Jackie, Vrog, Faelwyn, Meryl, that's enough. The mirror comes to him as the robe that he's wearing just falls to the ground. And instead of the old man, you now see a man. He's tall, blue paint on his arms, upper part of his face, pointed ears like an elf. He's wearing what looks like a cape of feathers. He's got black hair, and sitting on top of his hair is like this wooden crown, almost thorn-like. He's got like metal claws on his fingertips. And, his eyes are, hazel. And yeah, he's just a very, very handsome looking man. Okay. So then, taking the mirror in his hand, he just kind of looks at his reflection in this mirror. He's like, it's amazing, isn't it? This one little item would have cost me everything. Well, we can't have this in the wrong hands now, can we?
What are you doing? Let us go!
Relax. I'm not going to kill you or your friend here. I just wanted this mirror. Nothing more, nothing less. And he tosses the mirror to the ground. Alas, it does not break. But the four Fae that are with him, they circle the mirror, focusing their power towards it. The mirror begins to shake on the ground before shattering into 6 large pieces. And this guy, he reaches down and he just simply takes the handle.
No! My mirror!
Sorry. Can't let this be in the hands of nobility. The rest of you, take the pieces and hide them. The hag, the satyr, and the wood elf would each pick up 3 pieces of the glass part of the mirror. The Chorid picks up a back piece and the band of the mirror. And yeah, pretty much in a blink of an eye, the 4 just kind of, they just like hop away into the wilds. Okay. All right, and then that's where he turns, Nothing personal, sir. I just can't have you spoiling my fun. And with that, he leaves, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Finally, with everybody gone, Arthur is released from the magic. But he sits horrified and heartbroken now that his mirror is gone.
That man! Was he?
All right, so Amy, thinking back to that story that your father had told you about this encounter, is there anything else that kind of comes to your mind, or anything else that you wish to say to your father while you're here?
Rest in peace, Dad. I hope one day that maybe one day I can find some pieces of those mirrors and bring them back. And she lays those flowers down on the grave.
All right. Okay, and then yeah, as you, yeah, let's take the wild music off. Okay, so then you lay the flowers to the rest, and when you step out of the mausoleum, you see that Quintilius, he's just respectfully waiting outside for you. And then when he sees you, he just comes to you and just says, did you say everything you needed to say?
Yes, I did.
And so, if you don't mind me asking, what was your father like?
He was a very good man. He
no
did
doubt he was a great man.
Yeah. During a very hard time in Eldraine, when there wasn't a lot of food, he gave it his all to make sure that everyone was fed, nearly working himself to death. Unfortunately, that caused him for his health to decline.
Let's see.
I come out here every time of his birthday to honor him.
Yes, and I'm sure he's very happy, and I'm sure he's watching you.
I hope so too. All right.
Okay. Yeah, so then he just goes, and he just kind of just comes up to you, just kind of like takes your hand and goes, it's like, well, in that case, I think it's time I finally meet your mother.
Yep, this is gonna be fun. Let's go.
Alright, so you leave the cemetery and make your way back towards your home, hand in hand. And, as you're walking, several of the villagers, they'll come by, say hello, welcoming you home for the summer. And you politely introduce Quinn to them. And you can see he is receiving a very warm welcome, especially from the blushing girls.
She just kind of like, come on. Knock, knock on the door.
Knock, knock at the door. All right, so when you get there, Quinn just kind of like, he's just like looking up. He's just like, this is your home? It's a palace.
Oh, more of a mansion. You'll see a real palace soon.
Okay, and then with that, your mother opens the door, so it's like, oh, Amy, you're finally home. And is this who I think it is?
Yep, this is Quintilius. This is my boyfriend.
Oh, well, it's wonderful to finally meet you. My daughter said many good things about you. And Quinn just kind of walks up to her, takes her hand, and just politely bows. She's like, my name is Quintilius Antifian Melanor III. It's an honor and a privilege to meet such a noble woman. Odette just looks at you, Amy, with like a smile and just like a bounce of her eyebrows. She just silently tells you, oh, I like this guy.
You're keeping him.
He's like, okay, now rise. I'm setting up afternoon tea, so please make yourself at home.
She will lead Quinn in.
All right, so they'll probably have like afternoon tea like in this living room area here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then as you enter the home, Amy, you and Quinn, you'll also help your mother set up the afternoon tea in the dining room. And you notice Odette is bringing out 4 sets of cups and plates. You know, it's like,
4?
it's like, yes, your brother should be joining us any moment now.
Ah, okay.
Oh boy, she kind of nervously sweats a bit.
Quinn, he'll just like politely, you know, pull out a chair for you, and he'll just go, for you, my princess.
Oh, thank you, my prince, and she will sit down.
All right, so
Prince
then
of
like, yeah,
Dork.
yeah. So Quinn, he'll you know scoot you in the chair closer to the table, and then as that he'll actually even lean to your ear and he whispers, "How am I doing?"
You're doing wonderful, love.
He's like, your mother's very sweet. You know, it's like, do you think your brother will like me too?
I hope
So as she turns to her mother, like if he giving her the look of, if he tries anything, please pull him to the side.
Yeah, and that's where he's like, just like, don't worry. I promise I will behave. I will be an upstanding gentleman.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. It's, I'm hoping a certain somebody else would be a polite gentleman.
Okay, and then, you know, with that, you know, Quinn, he'll just smile and he'll just place a little kiss on your cheek.
Blush.
Okay, I want you to make a perception check, but do this with disadvantage.
Oh boy. All right. Oh my god. The lowest is a 13.
Okay then. Alrighty, so amidst all the blushing, you can hear a door opening, then closing, and then footsteps approaching the dining room.
Oh boy.
And yep, you look up, and sure enough, there's your brother. You know, and Quinn, when he sees him, like, you know, he just immediately straightens up with like an eep.
Hi, John.
Yeah, it's like, John, we have a guest joining us. This is Amy's beloved from school. John just kind of just stares at Quinn, and Quinn is just like, okay. He's just, I'm just gonna step away. You know, and then, you know, kind of goes like across from you.
Quinn, it's okay.
All right, so he's like, yep. He's like, so your name is Quinn, is it? Yes, sir. Like, how long is he staying with us?
At least for 2 weeks.
He just turns to his mother and he's just like, 2 weeks? It's like, John?
Oh my god, Campus.
Okay. Alrighty. Then, alright, then, okay, with that, yeah, I guess, Amy, is there anything, that you would like to say to John real quick?
That's like, John, I know what you're thinking, but please do try to welcome him.
Like, as long as he doesn't try anything.
I assure you, he won't try anything, okay?
Alright, then with that, John, he'll probably just take the seat next to you. Okay. And then, with that, you'll all, like, almost as soon as John arrived, you hear another knock at the door.
I'll get it.
Alright, so.
I open the door.
Alright. And then when you open the door, you happen to see the king.
Ah, Your Highness.
Like, Amy, welcome home. It's good to see you again.
Ah, thank you. Please come in, come in. There's somebody I want you to meet.
All right. All right. So yeah, like the two of you will come to the door, and Odette, she'll just be like, "Oh, Your Highness, I wasn't aware that you were coming. John, quick, fetch another cup for the king." I trust everything. He's like, I trust everything is well in Strixhaven.
There's a lot to go over, and I'm going to assume that Quinn doesn't understand Elvish.
Let me check the sheet. I don't think he does, but I'm going to double check his sheet anyway.
Because I do remember he understands Sylvan.
Let me see here. He does not know Elvish. He knows Sylvan, but he does not know Elvish.
Alrighty. So in Elvish, to the king, she starts explaining that what's going on in Strixhaven and that this is a multiversal threat, which means that Eldrin's probably going to have to get involved. What's going on?
Okay. Yeah, and then John, John John and Odette, obviously, all of you guys are understanding this. Odette's trying to keep herself calm and composed, especially for Quinn, considering he has no idea what the hell is going on. John, meanwhile, yeah, he's not taking the news very well at all. He's just getting angrier and angrier as you're explaining.
John, cool it. It's like everything's under control.
And he's just like, I knew it. I knew something bad was going to happen.
Nothing bad has happened yet.
It's like, well, and that's where Will says, it's like, from what she says, it does seem that she has things under control. And it seems like, she is working exclusively with the school now.
Yes. And there's something else I will tell you. Your Highness, can I talk to you privately about something? It does concern your sister.
Of course.
All right. I'll pull over here where it's quiet.
Okay. All right. So in the servants' quarters.
Your Highness, as you know, one of the people that I have bonded with is MM, and I have told you about her problem.
Yes. Yes, that she is possessed by Fey magic.
Yes. Is there... And I'm also saying this out of concern because I've noticed she's taking a liking to your sister. And I'm also fond of Rowan as well, and I was wondering if there's anything I can do to help, maybe suppress or something to lower the control of the spirit so that way Rowan doesn't get hurt.
It's a long shot, but there may be a way. Have you heard of tourmaline crystals?
I guess that would be,
Yeah, make a history check on that.
Okay. Alrighty, that is a 17 on the dice.
All right, so you've heard of these crystals. You don't know too much about them. All that you do know is that they do contain some sort of cleansing magic.
The crystals with cleansing magic, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the darker the crystal, the more powerful they are. The court wizards have started to use them in traps or focuses for protection spells. And if used correctly, they can be effective against the Fae. If we can harvest some, we might be able to craft something for MM to carry should she need it. I mean, it's not a guarantee, and it's certainly not a permanent fix. But for now, that's all I can offer.
Do you happen to know where these crystals are?
I do, but you're not going to like this. They're in mines, and the mines, they're on the outskirts of the wilds.
Okay.
Look,
If you can make...
Yeah, you don't have to go there if you don't want to. I can send capable men. I can send your brother.
You know, eventually I'm gonna have to face the wilds someday. If you could just set me up with a guide, I think I could be fine with it.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I wouldn't mind having my brother with me as some sort of protection, but I've got to do this. I've got to get over this fear.
Very well then. All right then. Well, let's go. Let's go talk to your brother.
Okay.
And then he'll come back, and he'll say, "John, I need you to go to the mines on the outskirts of the wilds. Make sure you find the pitch black crystals. I need you to bring them to the castle and be discreet. No one can know about this." It's like, well, of course, Your Majesty. You know, I can go right away. He's like, "And John, your sister will be going with you." What?
John, I've got to go. I've got to get over this fear of the wilds.
I really don't like you going out there.
I'm not going alone. You're gonna be with me.
Mm-hmm. It's like, very well then. I need you to stay with me at all times. I do not want you out of my sight. Do you understand?
I completely understand. I trust you.
Okay. All right. Then, and then Quinn, he'll just say, like, he's like, you're going to some mines?
Yes. I'll explain it on the way when we get ready.
And that's where John is just like, he's like, wait, explain. Wait, no, he's not coming with us.
I think I'll leave that up to Quinn if he wants to come or not. I mean, a little adventure doesn't hurt anybody.
And then, and that's where John, he turns to his mom and he just goes, "Mother, can I talk to you in private?" And he'll literally just come and just like, he'll come up to her and he'll literally just kind of like push her out of the room.
By the way, Your Highness, this is Quintelius.
Pleasure to meet you. And then, Quinn, he'll be like, it's like, "Oh, of course, pleasure to meet you too, Your Majesty." And he'd go so far as to like bow and just bash his head on the table.
Confirmed. Quinn has a decent charisma, but only has Lady Killer. He cannot talk to men, especially ones in power.
Yeah, it's like, and no doubt, John and Odette hear that from the other room, and he's just like, "Mother, what are we going to do about him?" It's like, "We are going to do nothing. John, you promised you wouldn't do this anymore." "I know. Look, believe me, I remember." And he says this as he's just like, touching his cheek. "Oh, I remember. But
in the back of his head, yeah, you better remember."
He's just like, "Mom, just look at him. All he's been doing has been spouting bullshit, and she's falling for it. Just how am I supposed to feel confident about her being alone with I'm trying, Mother. I really am. But he's an idiot! And then,
I feel like
yeah.
that part might be loud enough where it just gets heard.
Yeah, probably. You know, yeah, Will would just be like, yeah, Will would probably just be like, I apologize for his behavior. And then, yeah. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You know, if he doesn't feel that confident around Quinn, he could train him.
Okay, well, yeah, so Odette, you know, that's where Odette, you know, she, yeah, upon hearing that from John, she just says, she's like, well, if you're so worried about them, then we'll help them. It's like, how? Look, he's here for 2 weeks, and you've begun to take some squires, so teach him while he's here. If he wants to be her knight in shining armor, train him to be one. And he just kind of just looks at her. He's just like, really, really, mother? And she's just like, no, out, just go, go make the offer now. And, you know, with that, he just kind of like returns back to the room. And he just goes, Quintilius, was it? It's like, yes. He's like, you want to protect Amy, don't you? Yes. He's like, all right then. Your training begins now. We're going on a mission. King's orders. If you want to be Amy's protector, you will follow every instruction I give you. Is that clear? Yes! It's like, you respond with yes, sir. And no squeaking. So, Amy, what do you have to say about this?
Amy's got mixed feelings. Like, okay, maybe this is just John's way of wanting to get to know him, but at the same time, like, little harsh. But okay.
Yeah, that's where Will.
As long as they get along.
Yeah, Will. You know, he comes to you, Amy. Just says, you know, he's like, yeah, John is one of our finest knights. He may be harsh, but I'm sure he will do a good job.
Yeah, I hope so.
You know, well,
Hope he doesn't break him.
Well, if he does give you any trouble, you know, let me know, and I can have a word with him.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else, Your Highness?
Yes. Yeah, and then pretty much with that, he goes, it's like, yes, I do have one more matter, and it's regarding your father. And
yeah,
you know, okay, yeah, Quinn, he'll probably upon hearing that, he's just like, perhaps I should take my leave. I mean, this is a family matter.
Yeah, John, why don't you show him around the farmland?
Very well. Okay, then I'll just bring the two of them outside.
It's like, hop two, 1, 2.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So then, let me bring.
Why aren't we counting the 3?
Let me bring Odette back in here. So he goes, you know, he pulls out a small box, and he actually hands it to you, Amy, and he says, you know, it's like, here. I believe this rightfully belongs to Lady Odette and you. So,
Amy.
Yeah, Amy, you open the box, and would you describe what you find in the box.
I need to remember what this one was. I think this was the band or the back piece. It says, okay, where are you? There you are. So upon opening the box, her eyes gasp. Her eyes widen as what she sees. It is a. As soon as I scroll up a little bit. I know. Oh my god, we done a lot.
Mhm.
Okay. Here we go. Where is that fucking mirror? I'm scroll. Okay. So, upon opening the box, her eyes widen at what she sees.
No way. Where did you find this?
Some knights were pursuing a Korrid who snuck into town, and he dropped it during the chase. Once the court wizards identified it, I knew where it rightfully belonged.
It is a golden mirror band piece with a single star with 2 feathery wings on it.
The mirror band.
I'm
Oh
sorry.
my gosh.
I'm sorry that we couldn't retrieve more. The other pieces of that mirror are still far out of our reach.
Yeah. But at least one piece is better than none.
I mean, we technically know where the other 3 pieces are, but at least one of them is back. As she holds it close to her chest.
All right. Okay. And now I think is a decent time to switch over. Let's see, what is MM doing? All right, so MM, feel free to place your token, but as Amy had promised to you before, yeah, she happened to find an old, like a simple little cottage, you know, just right on the outskirts of her farm. And right now it's very, very bare bones. Like, you know, it's just, there's a bed, you have like one table, you know, kind of have like the beginnings of a little garden out there, but other than that, it's a pretty empty cottage, but you know. Right, so is there like anything like you can think of off the top of your head that you feel that this cottage needs?
It would help to not be muted.
It would help to not be muted. You're right. She's just looking around. I hadn't said anything meaningful up to this point. Don't worry.
Okay.
The answer would probably be no, and mostly just because you know, just she's not used to having a place. Yeah, there was the schoolroom and whatnot, but like, you know, it's not like with how it's been before. Usually, they've they being her and Alice, usually Alice, just just go wherever, exist wherever, like kind of exist wherever, you know. So there's no real like hadn't had like a place to call her own.
Okay.
So she is not sure what to do with this other than just try her best.
All right.
She's gonna go over to the garden, probably just sit outside on this little thing.
All right. Okay, so then
Let me figure out how to do the thing where you can just like
outside of the blocks?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how to do it.
Hold Alt.
Okay. All right. Alt. There we go.
Alrighty. Okay.
I need to refresh anyway, so
no problem. Alrighty.
All right.
Alrighty.
There we go.
Alright. So let's switch to music. Alright, and then as you're sitting, just kind of, enjoying, enjoying the time. You look up, and you see here comes Rowan.
She's going to she notices and immediately looks down.
Okay. Yep. And then, Rowan just sees you and just says, it's like, there you are. Welcome home. And she'll come, probably sit like opposite of you. And that's where you notice that in her hands is a small pot of flowers containing some sunflowers and marigolds. He's like, and just kind of like, hands it to you. It's just like, little homecoming gift.
Thank you. She is absolutely studying over all for words. All of them.
Okay, so how are you liking it here? Is anyone giving you any trouble?
So far, no.
All right, well, that's good. It's like, yes, it looks like Amy's set you up pretty good here. At least that's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm. How did you find this place?
It's like, Amy informed me that you were going to be here for the summer.
Of course she would.
It's like I take it she's with her family.
Mm-hmm.
It's like probably a lot to catch up on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now that the school year is over, how are you liking Strixhaven so far?
Well, it's different, but I guess when you've had little control over your own life, anything would be an upgrade. I was actually accepted earlier recently, so next year I'll be going back as a student.
Oh, well, congratulations. I mean, it's like I don't see why they wouldn't accept you. I mean, from what Amy has been telling me, you've been doing pretty well over there.
She just has a hand in her hair. Maybe.
It's like, so is there? Yeah, it's like, I mean, I know you've been there for a little bit, but is there anything like anything? Yeah, maybe you anything you want to know a little bit more about the school? I mean, I can tell you what I know.
Sure. I think if I am going to be attending if I'm going to be attending, I guess I would like to know as much as I can.
Okay. All right. Well, unless the schedule has changed, which is possible. Probably like the first class you'll definitely be taking will be, an introduction class. It's called arcanobiology. It's pretty much the study of magical animals.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe her name was Varelda, I believe her name was. She's the one that's teaching it.
I think I'm familiar with her, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then after that, they got some other classes, probably more tailored towards, again, introductory courses and such, You'll have to be signing up for that when you get there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, then anything else that you kind of want to talk to Rowan about?
How have you been?
Oh, I've been keeping busy, you know. Yeah, the council is still being a pain in the ass, but what can you do? That's court life for you.
Do you ever have like? Do you ever? Are you always busy?
Yeah, they always try to drag me into meetings and such. I mean, I'm supposed to be, by my brother's side and all, but oh my god, some of those meetings are so dull and boring. I mean, you gotta get away. And besides, I'm the princess. I should be allowed to go where and when I want.
Mm-hmm. MM is just nodding because opening her mouth right now is kind of difficult.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask. You can probably roll with advantage. Would it be an insight to see how badly she's if she can tell?
Okay.
Would it be insight?
Probably sounds like
Yeah.
like for me to roll insight.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So yeah, she just kind of looks at you and just says like, yeah, she's like, MM, is something wrong? I mean, I'm not embarrassing you or anything, am I? I mean, you're blushing really hard.
She's going to try and hide a little bit of her face in her hair. She has enough hair for that. No, you're not embarrassing. You're not embarrassing me.
Like, okay, do you need to lay down, get out of the sun?
No. It's fine. It's not the sun.
All right, then yeah, like
You
Rowan,
can.
Rowan just kind of smiles at that. So yeah.
Does she know?
I think at this point she could probably pick it up fairly quickly. All right. So yeah, Rowan, she'll just kind of like come to your side and she'll just hold out her hand, and she's like, well, since you're gonna be here for a few months, how about we do some shopping, just you and me? Let's make this place a home, not a hovel.
MM freezes for a second, but eventually takes her hand.
All right. Alrighty. And then, all right. So then we'll just say, that the two of you kind of just go out into the town. You're just, going shopping, looking for anything to kind of help decorate your home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I guess, as like MM, like, I guess, like, how are you feeling with this shopping trip?
She feels she certainly is feeling all right. Think she it is definitely like a much newer experience. She doesn't exactly get to shop much, especially since also typically like again, going back to like her not really having a home, there's little reason for her to shop usually. So even like Strixhaven before, there really wasn't a shopping trip for her per se, you know?
Okay. Alrighty, so then, yeah, just kind of like after a long day in the town with Rowan, yeah, the two of you, yeah, you'll return to your to the cottage. You know, I imagine you've probably picked up like a couple of things, and then like maybe some other like big furnishings, probably like put on order for that to be brought over.
Yeah. Probably like more chairs, definitely.
Yeah. All right. Yep. Okay. So then, as you come, yeah. So the sun begins to set, and that's where Rowan just says, you know, it's like, are you sure you just want to spend the night here? I mean, I'm sure Amy would give you a spot in her house until all of your furniture arrives.
I mean, I still have a bed. I can still just. This place is enough.
Oh, very well. Well, I'm afraid I gotta go, but if you need anything at all, you know what? Have Amy ask for me. You know, this way we don't worry the court. You know, we don't have to get them involved, and I'll just come running.
Okay. She nods and just with a smile.
All right, and then yeah, Rowan, yeah, she'll just wrap her arms around you in a hug. You know, she's just like, you know, I had a lot of fun today.
She is frozen.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we definitely gotta do this. We definitely gotta do this again. So, well, have a good night, MM.
You too, Rowan.
Okay, and with that, she will, she will head out and make her way back towards the castle. And then, with the sun setting, you know, you can just hear the nature around you, you know, slowly calming down, beginning to go silent. Yet, you can also hear kind of like a gentle hum in the distance. I want you to make a Arcana or a Nature check.
Okay, which one's my best stat? Arcana, absolutely. How does a 19 sound?
A 19 sounds really damn good. So, pretty much immediately, like, you know, you try, like, you know, like listen, you know, hone in on that gentle hum, and you can feel magic nearby. And, you know, it's a magic you're very familiar with. This is Fey magic. And you kind of feel as if it's almost calling out to you. So what would you like? What would you like to do?
MM starts going before going back. It's like, wait a minute. No, I know this. I can tell this is not necessarily a good idea. I should know, but I'm really curious. No, no, I shouldn't. Do I? Don't I?
We got candy.
She is being. She does look outside one more time to see if Rowan's nearby. Rowan had left.
Yeah. Rowan is gone.
Which direction is it coming from?
I would assume, like, yeah, probably right by the trees up north.
Okay. She starts heading that way.
All right. All right, so. All right, so you go into, the little trees behind your cottage, and you're just following, where you're hearing this hum and you're feeling this presence kind of pulling you through. And you just walk deeper and deeper into the forest. And soon you can feel like magic surrounding you. You notice that the flora is kind of like shifting sizes, hues, and a mist has started to roll in. And yeah, you look ahead of you, and yeah, you see 3 small creatures just kind of gathered, there. All right, so yeah, what do you do, MM?
Are you the ones responsible for this feeling? For this magic?
Okay, then, yeah, all 3 turn, and they just go like, it's like, dirty human! And it's like, nope, that's not human. That's nasty. She's one. Nah, you see the horns? She's one of us. And he's like, yeah, and it's like probably like this blue one here will kind of like go by you. Just like, it's like, yeah, you. I can feel you're one of us, but you smell like human.
Is perhaps is just a matter of having been with them for so long.
Yeah, and they just kind of like all 3 just kind of like come up to you, and they're just like, yeah, they're just like, it's like, yeah, who are you?
I go by MM.
I think, well, that's certainly not a human name. All right, so well, in that case, I mean, what exactly brought you here? Filthy humans don't like coming in here.
Well, vacation, I suppose. I was offered a place to stay when I had none. So,
All right. So you're staying with the humans then. It's like, well, if you're Fae, how is it that you're staying there? Every time one of us leaves the wilds, we always just get thrown back.
well, for one, many of them don't not recognize that I am a Fae. I simply cover the horns and they assume I'm not. Though I guess I also suppose my friendship with several of the humans is also what's keeping me from being thrown out here.
So yeah, you must be one of the really powerful Fae then. Little guys like us, we don't really have the ability to kind of like, change ourselves, shape-shifting illusions. So Yeah, we get caught immediately.
Well, I'm sorry.
All right. He's like, on that. It's like, well, since you're here, and since you're a powerful Fae, clearly, just tell me, are you familiar? Have you heard of the name Vrog?
Would I recognize that name?
No, you would not.
Okay, I figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
Like, do I roll a history check?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No.
Good.
Yeah. No.
No.
Yeah. No. It's like.
No.
Okay. It's like. Okay. Well. It's like. Well. What about Failwin?
I'm assuming all of these names is going to be a no.
Yep. You don't know this name either.
Nope. Nope.
Hmm. And it's like. Okay. So you don't know our masters. So like, what part of? So where exactly did you come from? What part of the wilds?
I don't know. I simply just, as far back as I can remember, my life has been basically controlled by someone else, and they've used me for planeswalking and so I've never really had, so I never really knew where I was from, or who I was before that happened.
Yeah, you're a really strange Fae.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like you enchanted yourself. I don't know why you'd want to do that.
Probably because I didn't enchant myself. Not.
All right, it's like, yeah. So like that, yeah, these like three little Fae, they just kind of keep asking you questions, like, yeah, like yeah, just trying to like get an idea of like just who exactly are you? Like, yeah, like what's your reaction with these three?
There's a lot of curiosity, I guess, because, well, they're like, she's curious about everything, but like at the same time, there's that uncertainty with her because she just doesn't know any of these things. Like, most of what they're asking her is foreign. So.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. All right. It's like, yeah, and it's like, yeah, you're really strange, but it's like, yeah, they all just kind of like look at each other and they're just going like, oh, strange though it may be, I think, who are we to get in the way of a powerful Fae? So, yep. So if you're trying to go in a little bit further, feel free. We won't stop you.
What is up further?
Yeah. Going up further, it just gets, the magic gets a little bit stronger, and yeah, we just kind of like, you just kind of like run a little bit further into, some more of us. A lot of like the more powerful Fae are deeper in there, including our masters. Vrog I told you about, and the two figures here. Yeah, they serve Faelwyn. I mean, I don't know where our masters are right now. Like I said, they're they just kind of stay in there. Vrog, he likes to keep to his caves, but Phalwyn, yeah, she's kind of like a little bit of an adventurer.
Okay. So hold on, I'm gonna do something.
Okay.
An adventure, you say? They look up.
Oh.
And they see that her horns have changed color.
Yeah, and they just go, they just go like look at that, and they just go, ooh. Like that's a fancy trick.
So you say your master is somewhere else?
Yeah, like probably like the little green fairy. I'll just say, yeah. It's like our master Phalwyn. Yeah, she likes to. Yeah, she typically ventures through the woods. I mean, granted, we haven't seen her in a very long time. I mean, we kind of miss her.
Do you suppose that she's even still around?
It's like, yeah, and that's where the blue one will just say, oh, no doubt. And no doubt she'll still be here. If anything, she's probably looking for this shapeshifter that she's got her eye on.
A shapeshifter?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, it's like a little while ago, some shape-shifting fae, yeah, he kind of caused quite a stir here in the wilds, even with the humans. And yeah, pretty much ever since then, I think she's just been kind of looking for him. Yeah, and that's where the little little guy, the red cap, he'll just say, it's like, yeah, she's hopeless. Meanwhile, my master Vrog, he just like I said, he keeps to his caves. He doesn't like to leave his caves. That's his house. Only time he leaves is when the humans invade his house and he has to kick them out.
So you're telling me that your master just sits around and does nothing while you go around and wish to have freedom?
Yeah, that's right. It's like, well, I don't know if I'd say he's doing nothing, but like I said, he's just guy just kind of wants to be left alone, And then and the little fairies are like, I'm sure Phalwyn will return soon.
How can you be so sure?
Yeah, and like the three just kind of like look at each other and just, they're just kind of silent about that.
So you're not sure?
Yeah, and that's where it's like, yeah, and that's where the red cap will just say, he's like, well, last I heard, Vrog, he did make an appearance. Wasn't necessarily by his own choice, somebody had to go rescue somebody else for, being a pain in the ass. You ever find this guy named Merrill? Just don't even bother with him. He's just a pain.
Noted. Say, you wouldn't mind escorting me into the woods further, would you?
I don't see why not. Okay. All right, so then, yeah, so like, that's where the little red cap will just be, he's like, yeah, just come, follow us.
All right.
Okay.
As you insist.
He's like, look, it's our duty, consider it a duty to helping fellow sister. Okay, yeah, it's like pretty much like here, we'll just move you guys all over here. Just kind of going deeper and deeper into the wilds. So yeah, is there anything else that you would like to do at this point?
What are your names?
Okay. Yeah, the red cap, he'll turn to you and he'll just say, yeah, my name's Pecan. The blue fairy will just say, my name is Tansy. And the blue fairy will just say, I'm Hollydrop.
Pecan? Tansy? And Holly? And Holly?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to remember.
Yep.
I was trying to remember off the top of my head because, like.
Yeah, Pecan, Tansy, and Hollydrop.
Okay. And Hollydrop. Okay. Thank you.
Alrighty. Okay. All right, because yeah, is there again, is there anything else that you want to do here? Oh,
I can't think of anything right now, so.
All right. Okay, so yeah, so we'll just say these three have just guide you further and further into the wilds. And now I think it's appropriate time for a scene change.
Transition.
All right, so yes, let's get to some more meaty shit here. So now we transition over to Kaladesh. Alrighty, so all right, so we'll just say, yeah, no problem. So we'll just say that, we could say maybe like a few weeks have passed since you've returned home, but not one day has passed where you were not in the streets. You were gathering information, anything you can find on the whereabouts of the Dragon's Smile. You've been able to find some valuable intel on where they're currently docked. They're at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Girapur. But now you're sitting patiently in your workshop and you're just waiting for your friends to arrive.
A whoosh outside.
A whoosh.
A whoosh.
There
The
is
sound of an electric guitar sting rings in the air.
Yeah,
Yo!
as Canvas is getting up, that sting happens, which is very dulled by the heavy layers of metal and everything. But Canvas was already getting up as a light on her desk with some kind of thick coax wires coming out of it starts blinking, letting her know that there are people on the front.
Oh,
So she
hey, look.
she gets up and starts walking over.
Hey, Pacifica.
Oh, yo.
Hey,
Oh,
haven't seen you guys in weeks.
Hey.
How you been? Hey, man.
We've been adjusting.
We've been doing stuff. Oh, yeah. By the way, he reaches into his bag and pulls out the Cosmium. I have a power source for that sword.
What the hell is this stuff? Hang on. He puts on like a pair of glasses and just inspects it for a bit.
While you guys are talking,
Some rare shit from
the
Ixalan.
the wheel starts to click and slowly open, but you guys can continue talking.
Yeah, it's some rare shit from Ixalan.
This thing is radiating a ton of magic.
Yeah.
Hang on. He pulls out just a screwdriver and just taps it a bit. Yeah. Okay, that's electricity.
It's like, ow! It conducted through the plastic on the screwdriver.
Well, it's magic. It can conduct through whatever the fuck it wants.
Yep.
It's magic.
Okay.
You don't have to explain it.
He takes the glasses off and tucks them away. I'll have to get started on this after I finish the base up. I've made a lot of progress by this point. Your frogs have been helping. They got to work.
What do you mean,
Yeah.
my frogs? They're my frogs now?
You are the one who can talk to them.
Yeah, I guess.
I've had
Okay.
Verelda's help giving them tasks to do, but you understand.
Oh yeah, is she starting to work on my little garden I requested?
By this point, it's actually already done. We got started on that about a couple days in after I started work clearing everything and fixing up the buildings themselves.
Oh cool. Oh cool.
Currently,
Hopefully,
we're working on the training area.
Everyone, come in. It's probably about to start raining. Man,
Is it?
yeah,
He looks up, it's like, oh, yeah, probably.
yeah. Forecast says so. She just gestures to one of the gizmos.
We
Oh,
tries
yeah.
to squeeze.
Pacifico checked the weather the old-fashioned way by looking up.
Luke checked
yeah,
it
Canvas
the
doesn't look up.
older-fashioned way with magic.
So I assume. Okay, so you see how the door's opening? You see this little crack, like over here, Do you think
Yeah.
Luke would go through that?
No, Luke goes through the
He
normal.
can. Because he
Oh,
can
yeah.
theoretically pass like under this part of it because it's just like he can just duck under it if he wants to cut the corner like an ADHD nerd.
Oh yeah. I hope Fane brings back some coffee beans that I requested from him.
Coffee! Sorry, force a habit.
It's okay. I requested him to bring back some coffee beans from certain.
Do you need
planes.
some coffee? Have you just not had coffee for the last few weeks?
I mean, Malcolm has some.
What's coffee?
Is he? Luke just pauses and looks at MM.
Pacifico looks at her as well with this just like, what? It's that stuff I drink all the time.
You think I notice what you drink all the time?
Wow,
It's like
I'm
the
hurt.
only thing I
Anyway.
could get him to drink.
Wow, I'm hurt. Anyway,
Oh god.
I'm sorry.
Luke, you're probably gonna have to watch him carefully when he goes into my garden.
Look, the cameras are already set up.
I don't. Time out. Unrelated. I think this. Well, now obviously not the first time MM's been in Kaladesh. I think this might be the first time MM's been in Canvas's place.
I believe
Yeah, Canvas is
I
a little
believe
bit
so, yeah.
preoccupied, so she's not pointing out the same things. Someone might want to tell them not to go near the thing in the center.
I like to imagine that. I think Amy's been here, so that's how MM was able to get here.
And then be careful. Don't approach that thing in the center. Trust me.
Don't.
Either it'll kill you real quick, or it'll knock you down and you'll fall down there. And he just gestures down the grates.
Yeah, and you really don't want to fall down there.
Gremlins will be really mad if you do.
Right.
Yeah.
Also,
sorry, I forgot to do the intro for this place. It's a bit of a mess currently. She like turns away from her desk. You can see on the desk there is two distinct halves. One half is a pile of scribbles in a large kind of binder book, and on the left side is what looks to be an arcane fueled or aether fueled engine that is just rattling and shaking constantly. I've been a bit preoccupied with both finding where my mom is, but also I want to work on something really cool for the first years, and well, it's going well. She looks at it. It doesn't look like it's going well to Luke. This thing looks terrible.
Okay, from here I can see it's not.
It's on purpose, Luke. It's on purpose. I call it the instability engine.
Why would you want to build? Why would you want to build a machine that creates? And if they don't have a mind like ours?
Well, they don't have to. I'm going to leave blueprints around for them to look for. I'm going to hire out one of the spare warehouses at the college and put it in there. I'm going to be there, of course. If anything starts to go wrong, I can help out. But it's gonna be a whole thing. I'm just working out a small kink where it starts creating unstable energy motes that seem mildly sentient. I don't really know what's causing that.
Oh yeah, by the way, dibs on the stage. I have an idea. I'm going to do something a little bit stupid that probably really shouldn't work. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Shape Water to make a director's chair.
Okay.
Theoretically, you can do that.
Yeah,
it is within the bounds of the spell.
And I'm going to sit in the director's chair.
No, what you do is you shape water and then you freeze it with control water.
Yeah. Ooh, do I have control water? Well, actually, I think Shape Water can do that anyway.
Canvas kind of like looks over and goes, I'm also going to make it kind of obvious what they need to do to fix it. I'm going to make it kind of clear, make things look like obvious ports into other things. I'm working on that currently. It's a little bit off currently.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I was just about to say, like, Boone. Actually, yeah, Shape Water. You can freeze the water provided that there's no creatures in it.
Okay,
Right.
yes. It's just control water lets you do it to more water at once. That's what it
Right.
is.
So I shape water, make a director's chair, freeze it, and sit in it.
And it unfreezes in an hour.
Okay.
Unless
that's fine,
someone
'cause I can-
burns it.
But that's fine. I can recast it.
That's true.
Okay.
Uh,
Anyway, sorry about interrupting. I just had to. I was just like,
No
wait,
worries.
I found that answer.
motes of instability with mild sentience?
Yes,
it sounds a
they
little
come
like
from the power relays. Come over here. She gestures for you to follow over. She's very clearly deflecting from the actual purpose that she's brought you guys here, but she's showing you, and she shows. All right, so you can probably guess this just by looking at it, but we need to. The students will have to identify and then do these things. So they need to realign these power relays, which are these kind of thick coaxials. I've got these looking pretty much perfect. They look like they go into those sockets. They need to do that in the right order. That's the thing that they have to kind of figure out, match the symbols. Then we've got recalibrating the core matrix, which is this machine over here on the side, and she points to it, and it looks like a weird crank calculator. They're going to need to make that equal 0, so they're going to need to figure that out. And then over here, Actually, no, this is the reason why the energy motes are probably coming out. This is the aether conduits kind of spreading the aether from point to point so that this actually functions. They kind of need to actually put the casings back on it. When they do that, it'll probably stop creating them. Currently, the casings are on it because I don't want to have to deal with more energy motes.
Okay, if you
They
want to
are
have
feisty
if you
little
want to have
shits.
that be one of the things that gets repaired without having the motes active, I could probably build you some sort of crystal encasement that will trap any motes inside, but still make it.
Part of me does want the motes to be a part of it, though. Like, they have to fight them off. They're not especially hard. A weak fart can blow them away.
But the thing is, we don't want to
I've had
potentially
one
harm the
disappear.
students.
No, it won't harm them much. We got plenty of an ass whooping at our orientation. They can deal with a little
That was
spark.
that's because Magaxa did some stupid shit and tried to get everyone killed.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get them killed, and it's non-lethal at best. It's fine. We can fix it. I believe
I'll concede your
the
point if you have
teachers
at least
left
two
us in
medics on
charge for a
staff
reason.
there.
Yes,
I'll concede your point if you have at
we'll
least
do
two medics on site at any point. That way we reduce liability on ourselves.
Well, they also... Something about my intent when I was creating this has infected them, their low-level sentience. They really like hovering back to it to make it surge. Because occasionally when you do things wrong with it, it surges with a little bit of lightning. Nothing a little pat on the back can't fix. But yes. So occasionally they fly back into it, and if they're let fly back in, they make it surge, which is the same amount of pain that the normal zaps do from them, but it just does it over a larger area. It's kind of a problem.
You do realize also, MM's here.
Right. Hi. Welcome. Never planeswalk into the room. You planeswalk outside and then undo the
MM's
door.
at
If you
first
planeswalk into the
year.
room... Shit. Forget what I said. You probably don't understand any of it. Never mind. It's technological
Secretly, MM knows it
garble.
all.
You'll have fun. You don't worry about it. You're fine.
Now, you told me why we're here when you came and asked me to come over.
Right.
Is this more important than
yes.
that?
No. No, this is just... I've been distracting myself with it every moment that I'm not out there trying to, figure out where they are. I narrowed it down. We'll just need to take a trip across town. Just a short trip. I don't really want to get you guys planeswalking repeatedly, otherwise you'll get tired. I think if we make our way across town, we can get there probably in about a 15-minute walk.
Yeah, listen.
No visible weapons. It might get you shot at. For various reasons.
That count?
They don't really think about stars that way. They're not. Magic isn't really as common here. It's magic in a different sense, and people don't usually have like staves or wands. They often fire it out of guns. Or little arbalists. They also... Don't worry, the staff will look like a walking stick. They might think you have a handicap.
I think sometimes
No.
it's good as a walking stick, so...
I'll just
Yeah.
have to stow away the sword then. No biggie.
I mean, having it on your hip is fine. Just don't hold it in your hand and point it at people.
Oh yeah,
No,
I
you're not
don't
the type
tend
to
to
do
do
that.
that anyway. I'm not a fucking psychopath like that.
If anything, that sword kind of fits in.
Notably, Luke has
Pacifico
arrived.
has put sunglasses on. No one knows where he got them.
It's just like Luke's sudden outfit change and sudden drink from the fucking Pinzari trip.
Sunglasses.
Notably, Luke is in a very different outfit than usual. He's not wearing like the leather armor that he usually wears as like his everyday wear. He's actually wearing normal clothes.
Pacifico is also dressed far less like a royal. He is dressed, one would argue, casually.
MM has one outfit.
So,
Amy.
Canvas.
Until Rowan
no,
gets hold of your fucking eagle corset.
So, how have you been holding up over the summer, Em? Meet anybody special?
Me? Well,
Don't lie. We all know.
I don't know shit. I've been building for the past 6 weeks.
Look, I haven't been there, but I can kind of guess.
what can you guess?
I mean, based on the look you gave Rowan the first time you were there.
Yeah.
Oh, has John started shit?
Surprisingly, no.
I think MM will have seen John every now and then and can confirm.
He better not. He knows the consequences.
Yeah. Surprisingly, he's actually taken Quinn under his wing.
Oh, is he gonna try and teach him how to fight?
I guess. I mean, he.
I don't know who I feel worse for.
Honestly, I feel bad for Amy's brother.
Honestly, Pacifico had the biggest amount of shade because he just shaded them both.
Oh.
I think. Can we just say that everyone laughed?
Yeah.
Yes,
easily.
everyone laughed.
Pacifico
I
finally
mean,
verbally choosing violence.
This man just cracked a joke. What happened
good
over
to
your
see that
holiday
side
so
of you.
far, mate? You've chilled out.
I have?
Yeah.
He shrugs a little bit.
See, you wouldn't have shrugged before.
He shrugs again.
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one seeing this, so I know I'm not insane.
Anyway,
I don't know,
right,
it's,
reason
I mean, I
to
meant
hit.
what I said before. Like, I needed to reset myself, and I guess I did.
Yeah.
Factory reset, new
honestly-
fucking software.
Seriously, Pacifico, you have like a very positive aura around you.
Yeah. Who are you and what
Like
have you done? Who are you and what have you done for Pacifico?
Nah, that's Pacifico, all right. I can see it in the look he's just given you.
What, over the Kafu thing?
It's coffee,
It's called coffee.
Awful.
and as much as his sunglasses block out his eyes, he still has that same look.
The same look of what the fuck did you just say to me?
Honestly, he gives off a what did my mom call those, a very bad boy but heart of gold look.
Yeah, I can see it.
I was so stressed the entire fucking year. I was already going in nervous as hell. I mean, I'm more familiar with it, so I'm a lot less nervous now. And honestly, from a personal standpoint, not necessarily from an overall standpoint, but on a personal level, don't see how it could get much worse than it already.
Oh boy.
I wouldn't say that kind of stuff because that just brings bad luck.
It really
Hey,
does.
it starts raining outside. Wow, the timing.
And there it is.
I don't give
Alright.
a fuck.
And
I don't give a fuck about the rain. He goes to walk outside in the rain.
Pacifico, you're not covered in fucking fur.
Yeah,
You're-
we're going down through the tower. By the way,
mean,
You're also-
he looks towards Luke. It's like, I would imagine you of all people would have some kind of umbrella or something.
I mean, I'm a farm girl. I'm kind of used to working in the rain.
Yeah, you're right. And he just saw he slips something onto his hair tie and a force field projects above him.
There it is. In my case, this is good luck. Maybe not for you guys, but for me, shit.
One person getting good luck out of 5 isn't really good luck.
Look, just let me have this, okay? I haven't been getting a lot of W's over the year.
I don't know. You did pretty fucking well. You managed to beat a good few of your fears.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
don't say that too much, otherwise new ones will spring up.
You better fucking not.
Anyway, Canvas pulls a crank and the door starts to close. We're going down through the tower. It's mostly covered on the way there, so those of you without umbrellas don't feel too bad. But Canvas kind of walks over to here, grabs a, like, it's not magical or mechanical or anything special. It's like a very basic umbrella with like brass trim. She kind of just flicks that up and goes, "All right, so we're going down through here," and she gestures at one of the plates, and she messes with some mechanics. The plate moves back, and there is a little, it looks like an L-shaped piece of metal, with like a foot pad on the bottom of the L. And they kind of just hold it out and go, who wants to step on first? This will take you to the bottom safely.
Sure, I'll do it. By the way, any of you guys need an ice umbrella? Because I can totally cover you on that.
MM raises her hand. I would need an umbrella of some kind.
I could bring the cloak for you again.
I mean, the ice umbrella would only really last an hour, unless I just kept. He just makes a hand
I'll be there
motion
in
of just
15
casting it
minutes.
over. Oh yeah, so it'll be Gochi.
Yeah, so as long as you do everything within 45 minutes.
Well, we'll also be inside. Hopefully they let us inside. We should be inside for the majority of the time. And if we can get on, like if we end up on the Smile at any point, it's got like a lower deck. All right. Well, as Pacifica hops on, good luck. And it very quickly, like there's no real button or thing that gets it going. You just start descending, not like at falling speed, but pretty fast. And there is a clicking noise that is up here, so it gets quieter and quieter as you go down. You do pass several layers of gear work and cog work. You do see several gremlins that disappear into the darkness.
There's a straight
But-
shot down here, isn't it?
Yes, I'm actually. This goes to ground level, and well, it should just be pretty safe down there currently. The consulate isn't really working heavily in this corner of Kaladesh currently. It's probably why the Dragon Smile isn't too far away.
I would
So they-
imagine that on the way down, Pacifico's shirt that's over his shoulder billows like a cape.
So this is a straight shot down, easy, just float down, right? Like if I fell, I'd go straight down and be
directly
safe.
under that. If you fall
Cool.
5
See
feet
ya.
on any side of that, you'll get crushed. But if you fall directly in that spot, you'll be fine.
Luke just gives a salute and jumps down.
Oh my gosh, he's doing it again.
Well, I hope he slows himself down before he hits Pacifico.
Bonk.
Because we're pretty high up, but we're not that high up. It probably takes like 2 rounds of falling at proper speed to catch up with Pacifico. We're like,
The thing is, how many rounds down is it using the elevator?
how tall is a normal? Actually, no. This one's better. How tall is Big Ben? Because of the clock tower. 96 meters. So 96 meter 2 feet. Yeah, it's just over 300 feet. So it's actually a 1 turn, and then you're 15 feet from the ground. Because
Cool.
people
So
fall
by
at a
this
rate of
point-
300 feet.
By this point, he's already down there. Because they've had a decent conversation while he was going down. So
Yeah,
he's just
Pacifico,
salutes and jumps
you've
down.
gotten to step up. The moment you step off, it probably slightly catches the cape and like tugs you before letting the cape go, as it immediately whizzes back upwards. Luke, I think you might need to make a dex save to not get hit by the. Because you're coming down at 300 feet. This thing is going up at 90 feet a turn. It goes up faster than it goes down.
For a dex save, you want me to do? I'll give you a dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Yeah, that's probably enough. You just slightly move out of the way, just straight past.
And right as he's about to land, he casts Vortex Warp and just appears next to Pacifico.
Nice.
Yeah. Good to know that works. Didn't think this glove would actually do that. Takes the glove off and tucks it away. How was your trip down?
Yeah, it was fine. Kind of caught on my shirt when it was about to head up.
Suppose it makes sense. She doesn't tend to wear capes like you do.
No caps.
So back up
Yeah,
at the
Isn't
top.
a cape.
It
Not
might
a
as well
cape.
be a cape. It's a jacket you've only got on your shoulders.
Dressed like a pirate day.
Wonder
No, it's
why he
just like a
wound up
pirate
dressing.
day.
Wonder why he wound up dressing like a pirate gay. It's a mystery. Could not have anything to do with who he was hanging out with.
So back up at the top, the little elevator thing comes back up with a bit of a ka-chunk, and Canvas looks to MM and Amy and goes, "All right, who's next?" One at a time, of course, because otherwise you might bump into the gears or the gremlins.
MM, you could go on ahead.
No, I'm still looking around.
All right.
What's
I'll go.
this guy doing here?
Canvas kind of like nods to Amy that she can hop on and makes her way over.
Really?
This is a sculpture I made. Some of my better work actually. It's a sculpture I made using some of the techniques I've been learning. I wouldn't suggest trying to replicate it because it's the reason why I'm currently a little bit sick. It's made from Ethereum, I can't
That's-
resculpt it in its current form because it's currently not. It's sort of like rusting. It's like oxidization. It's got a skin of steel currently.
So, Ephraim, that's like what's poisoning you. Is
Sort
it-
of. I can control it and create it to some extent if I have the right materials. But yes, it's stronger than steel, but I can manipulate it as if it was a liquid I could freeze.
Okay. Well,
I'd show you,
Is-
but I need to kind of not do it as often as possible. I made this a couple months ago, actually. It was here when they first came through my workshop.
Cece!
It's meant to represent my my inner turmoil, running away from the beauty of the Ethereum, and I run away from a lot of things. I'm currently talking to you for an extended period of time to run away from the fact that I need to go confront my mother. That said, you should probably hop on the lift as it gets back.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Remember, go around the coil. It's built to zap planeswalkers.
Amy's nervous as she's going down because, for one, still on her guard because of fucking Dovin, and two, she's just nervous considering she's connected to the dragon smile.
Yep. I'm gonna roll the same thing I rolled when the others went down. I didn't roll for Luke because he was going down a lot faster. Alright. So, what's your passive perception, Amy?
Give me a second.
I'm having fun being dorky with this.
It is a 13.
13. Alright. So Amy gets to the bottom, nice and safe. Does anyone have over a 17 in passive perception?
Nope.
I'll take that as a no.
I have a 16
So,
perception. Does that count?
So, nobody notices until a bit after. I guess it'll probably happen when we go outside. It's fine. So eventually, MM is, allowed to hop on the thing, and as it's going down, Canvas actually just reaches out with her metal arm and grabs onto the chain and kind of hangs off of that as it goes down. Because she can grab onto the chain safely with her metal arm.
Show off.
Yep.
So
That's
cool.
she had to build in some way to show off in her own house. So it gets to the bottom. Let's roll for MM. Okay, they did not. So everyone gets to the bottom. All right. Safe travels. And she lets go of the thing. It starts making its way back up. All right. On our way then.
Alright.
Just follow me through the streets. It's a bit of a mess. And as we leave, because we step into sunlight, a gremlin jumps out of Amy's hair.
Ah! Yeah, it just jumps out of his hair and just cackles like and just runs off.
Pacifico
you
ends
gotta
up
be a hitchhiker.
Pacifico winds up making the icebrella out of the rain itself that's falling and offers it to MM since MM specifically asked first.
Ooh, very pretty.
All right, so wherever you feel is appropriate.
I hope it's been a hot minute since I've seen your mom. I hope she's okay.
I hope she doesn't, just scold me for half an hour, or worse, not accept me.
I mean,
Anyway.
given what I know of your mom, I think it might be, angry worrisome. That's what I feel.
Yeah. Alright, so... And we're just making our way through these streets. Should I pick
Okay.
a building, or...
Let's say, probably like in this, like, by like this alleyway here.
So Canvas kind of walks up. I do love this place. Ignore the salamanders in the gutters. They've been a bit of a problem lately.
Salamanders into what now?
Small fire-attracted lizards. They're in the gutters. They
Oh,
do-
no, I know what salamanders are. I'm saying... In the gutters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just looks towards one of the gutters and sees them and is like,
I mean, it is near the end of the dry season, right? Isn't that right, Canvas? It's like near the end of the dry season.
Yeah. Yeah, the bit of rain we got will be a blessing for Via and her friends, but yeah, the salamanders will be tucked away in the gutters, kind of drinking up the bit of water that's there. Anyway, I think this is the place.
Canvas, do you want me to go in? Because they're familiar with me too.
I mean, you come with me at the front. The rest of you
Okay.
probably stay back about 10 feet.
Yeah,
Okay.
I actually has a map. So we'll just assume.
oh, wrong one.
Okay, so with like the rain picking up and everything, so
He takes the ice umbrella and lets it uncast onto himself rather than on anybody else.
So, as far as
By
I
the way,
know, they're
Canvas-
storing the ship in a warehouse nearby. This is where they're actually hanging out. It's where
By the way-
where the beggar said I'd be able to find them if I needed to ask questions.
Don't worry, I'm right here.
Yeah. Canvas
I mean-
walks up and hesitates with the metal arm on the door. Puts it back down, knocks with her actual hand. The metal arm probably looks... Well, no, it definitely looks considerably more flashy than it did back in the day. It used to look a bit kind of scrappy.
okay.
Now it's all ornate and shit. But yeah, she knocks with her actual arm and like kind of tucks her metal arm a little bit behind her back, kind of nervously.
Okay,
Like the umbrella's shaking slightly.
So Canvas, Amy, feel free to make a perception check.
That will be a dirty 20.
I got an 8. I'm obviously not paying attention.
Yeah, Canvas, you're just the anxiety is starting to come over you. But yeah, Amy, you hear after Canvas knocked on the door, yeah, you definitely hear some scurrying going on within this building. So yeah, someone's definitely here.
Now, given my history with the Dragon Smile, is there a code name or something that they would...
Yeah, like a password or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be a few years out of date. It might be a really old passcode.
But it would be one that they would be familiar.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, the pass is Dovin is a butthead.
Canvas kind of giggles. They haven't used that since we were kids.
Is that an actual password?
It was when we were 12. was
Alright.
MM face
at least
palms.
6 years ago.
Yeah.
It's obviously not the same as that anymore, right?
I know.
I hope it's not. Hopefully they've changed things. She's like now just kind of questioning herself, not even looking at the door properly. She's kind of like looking off to the side.
Canvas, breathe. It's okay.
What if it's Dovin smells of piss now?
I
Because he
mean,
totally does.
Did he smell him?
I was right near him. It certainly seemed like he was pissing his pants when he was in front of me.
Canvas turns
And
to
then
face
actually
the door
touches
again,
the
kind of
door.
nervously. She's nervously kind of like tapping her foot and going,
Yeah.
why haven't they answered yet?
Relax. It's fine. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah, like yeah, feel free to make like another perception check. And actually, yeah, MM, Pacifico, Luke, feel free to make perception checks too.
Ah,
I
one
don't
is-
see shit.
Pacifico
15.
also does not see shit. He did not take off
15.
the sunglasses. He is not perceptive.
Luke is too busy just enjoying just the sheer like strangeness of what's going on in front of him.
I got a 15.
15. Okay. MM, have you rolled?
Oh, what am I rolling again?
Perception.
Okay,
Prescription.
prescription. Thank you.
Precipitation.
No, that's what you summon.
My prescription is 22.
22.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So yeah, Amy. Yeah, you notice, especially kind of like by this window here, and then MM from where you're seeing. Yeah. So you can see, like, even though no one has answered the door, you do see that you can notice that there are some eyes, like, just peering through the windows.
what is that noise?
That's a hairdryer.
Oh. Okay. All right. But
Stop blowing your hair. Stop drying your hair, Dave.
It's not me doing it.
I don't believe you, Dave. It's coming from your mic.
It's coming
Amy
from my mic,
kinda-
but it's not me. It's someone in another room.
Amy kind of waves at the window. They probably recognize the blonde pink girl.
all right. So then, yeah. So then with that, it's like, yeah, like you do hear like the door. You can hear it like, click, like it unlock. Hear, creak, and you see the door begins to open, but it kind of just like opens very slightly.
Yeah, it's probably got one of those chain gauges that stops the door from being pushed in too far.
All right. Yeah, and then that's where you just kind of like hear from behind the door, just be like, yeah, it's like, yeah, that password is old, but, and like Amy, you could kind of see, like, you kind of feel like, just like eyes are just kind of like looking down, like up and down you, and just like wait a minute, it can't be. It's like you're the hell. It's like, yeah, you're that girl that came here before. Like, what? Like, what are you doing here?
Thought I'd stop by and say hello. And I
you're-
brought a friend.
It's like, you're not supposed to be here. If they catch you, you're dead.
I'm aware, but somebody here needs to see the queen.
It'd also be a lot less, of a problem being seen if we were inside the building.
It's like, who do you have with you?
Canvas, then what?
What? Okay, that's not funny.
She's really here with me.
And she steps out of the way to let them see her.
Canvas is kind of just sitting there, like eyes like really wide. She's just focusing on the door. She's not focusing on the person. She's just focusing on the door. And the umbrella, the rest of you can see, her metal arm's grip on the umbrella is currently bending the umbrella sideways.
Okay, then, with that, like the door, you see, like, the door will, like, close quickly. You'll hear, like, some, like, unlocking going on. And then, Amy, you feel a hand, like, the door opens, and you feel a hand grab you and pulls you inside.
Yeet.
Well,
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just I'll move you in here. And then the door slams shut.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. What happened?
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I don't think they believe me.
Okay,
Don't break the safe house.
I'm not
gonna break anything yet.
And if you show up in there looking like a certain business partner, they're going to keep you.
Okay. Amy, I need you to make a perception real quick.
17 again, okay.
17. Okay, so so even though like in this in here you can see, even though it is dark, you look around and you can see all kinds of the familiar faces that you haven't seen in years. And then you look and you see the one that's pulled you. You see another familiar face, a dwarven woman.
Yeah.
And so with her hand on her wrist, she's just like, look, I don't know what kind of game you're playing here, but this is not funny. Whoever that is outside, it's clearly a fake.
she's the real deal, I assure you.
I knock on the door again.
Okay.
This time with the metal hand, and I go, come on! I don't want to have to, but she's kind of important to us. Don't just take her.
Yeah, and it's like, and then like the other two at the windows, they're just be like, there's more of them, Depola. It's like, there's a girl with horns, there's some blue guy, and is that a rat?
Oh, I'm a Marpark, you bitch!
Not helping, Luke.
Yeah, just like,
Hold on,
like,
I heard him mouth that I'm some blue guy. They know I do not look like
They
that son of a
probably think
bitch.
you're a Vidalcan. No, they probably think you're a Vidalcan because they've never seen a Triton before. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Alright, in that case, Amy will start explaining, like, who these other people are outside. And, like, they're on
Did they
our
remember
side.
to lock the door? Did Depola remember to lock the door?
Of course she remembered to lock the door.
Because the door like the door handle squeaks a little bit. She goes, "Damn it!"
I mean, I would hope she would remember to lock the fucking door.
It would have been a perfect time for me to knock, but oh well.
But yeah, Amy does explain who's actually outside. Like, yeah, there are allies. They hate Dovin as much as they do.
Actually, do you have... Would I have a copy of the Strixhaven Star on me?
You know what? This is Pacifico we're talking about. I imagine, even if it's just for sentimental value, he probably does.
He pulls to the page with his article about Dovin Bond. He puts it against the window as proof that he's on their side.
Okay.
Canvas walks to the other window and kind of like not the reaction she thought they'd have. So the nervousness is kind of shredding away. She turns the signet ring that she's got on, that on one side has a picture of like a swirl of aether, which is the symbol of Girapor, to the other side, which is the Zev flag that's on the dragon smile. And with her metal arm, she just punches through the window and holds her hand out with the ring on it and says, "Let me in, you fucking monkeys."
See?
Oh my god. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, just like everybody just kind of like.
Hear you in there, Depola. Let me in.
Let me in.
Lemon.
Yeah, and that's where, yeah, you'll just hear Depola just say, it's like, okay, look, okay, get back from the door now.
That guy was just reading the article.
He really
Her
was.
hand goes from like fist to kind of like just kind of limp for a second, and she's now just like, she kind of looks at her arm and goes, "Oh, fuck." She like leans into view in the window and is like very clearly fixing her arm as a piece of glass is just stuck sideways into it. Fucking look, can you help me out here, please?
All right. Calm down.
You got your pliers? It's stuck in
Of
my
course,
arm.
I've got my fucking tools with me. Hey, man, do you mind getting out of the way for a sec?
Okay.
Yeah.
He just moves in, smashes a bit more of the window so he can actually get to her arm. Just
Yeah, it's like, Depola just turns to Amy, she's like, who did you bring?
My
All right,
friend.
there you go.
It's like, well, tell them to stop smashing everything.
Guys, can you like chill out for just a few minutes?
Fine.
I'm
I
literally
needed
just
to
holding
get
this paper
through
to
it.
the door so that they can see the type of shit that I write.
I needed to get to her arm, and I didn't want to end up cutting myself.
And
Hold on.
Amy, whatever you do, don't mention the engine I'm working on. She'll probably get furious with me. And she just pulls the arm out. And
Wait,
then
did she
kinda
use
walks
message
away.
for that? Did she use message with that?
Yeah, she points her finger across with message as she says that, and just whispers it. And Luke can probably hear it at this range.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
she points across with the metal arm as she says that, and then kind of pulls her arm out of the window and goes, "All right, probably gonna need to fix that window."
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, breaking the window was a good idea. Great idea.
I'm not frustrated, okay? I'm a little bit prone to things nowadays.
I've
Yeah,
noticed.
You can
Amy just looks at the pirate crew like, yeah, you could tell they're not, the enemy now.
Alright.
Canvas,
still holding the
Canvas is
article to
still
the
within
window.
view of the window as pieces of glass kind of hover up and slot into place as she slowly casts Mending.
Alright. So
She's gonna
Depola,
cast Mending over and over again while the rest of this conversation happens.
okay, yeah, repairing the window. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
so Depola, she so with all that, turning to the crew, like kind of going back and forth between Amy and the crew, and then, with that, she ultimately goes and says, okay, it's like, all right, I'm gonna open the door, but stay on your guard, ladies. And then with that, you hear some clicking. Amy, you see Depola, she is unlocking the door.
I recognize at least one of those
And-
pirates. I realized what one of those pirates is.
If you recognize
Let's
one of them, you should recognize all of them. It's the same fucking crew. It's the Jellyfish Pirates from Guilty Gear.
Based.
Like,
Let's rock.
it's like I needed Sky Pirates.
So we can
Hell
all go
yeah,
in now.
It works.
Anywho, so all right, so you hear the door unlocking.
I'm kind of mad that like Balthier, Fran, and Vaughn aren't in this group because their title is literally Sky Pirate.
Yeah.
They're from Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm set to drive.
I mean, they
door
might be in the
opens.
next. They might be in the magic set coming out in the summer. You don't know.
That's true.
That's true.
Luke
Hi.
just makes his way in.
So this
Canvas,
is
like,
Pacifico.
like fixes a final piece of glass and then kind of slowly walks in because.
Hi, I'm the one that didn't break the window. Sorry about them. They're weird.
I explained myself. I needed to get to Canvas's arm, and I didn't want to cut myself trying to reach in.
Also,
Okay,
also,
to be fair, she's the one who started it.
also,
I did
Emmett-
what I did in the name of my own personal safety, which I'm sure that everyone here can understand.
Also, MM turns to Pacifica's like, I didn't break a window.
No, you didn't. I wasn't talking about you. I mean, you're weird for very different reasons, but...
Also,
It makes me feel so much better.
Thank you.
yeah, as you,
You're welcome.
yeah, this is Pacifico. This is MM. This is Luke, and right in front of you is Canvas.
Okay.
They can probably see that he's dressed almost like he is dressed like a gay pirate.
Canvas is staring daggers at Depolo.
Okay. Yeah, and
What's
it's
got you
like,
pissed?
yeah, and it's like,
That I guess my ex-best friend doesn't recognize me.
okay, yeah.
I
So
haven't changed that much, have I?
it's like,
I mean, did you have that before? Points to the
I mean, I
middle
had
arm.
the arm. I didn't have. It didn't look like this.
it's like you're supposed to be dead.
Yeah, and essentially I was for a bit. Don't worry about it.
She got better.
Don't worry about it.
I shouldn't have said that.
It's like, do you know how
Look.
do you know how long it's been? Like how much we've mourned for you? You've been alive this
Look.
whole time and you didn't even tell us?
Easy,
So at first I
easy.
thought I'd killed Kari and Rags. I thought Mum was dead, and then so I ran away, and then I came back after a while and found out that everyone was alive, but I couldn't. I didn't want to just do it again. I really thought I'd killed some of you.
Okay, so like the other pirates, they just kind of like step away, almost like, you know, just inviting you in further, you know, sitting, you know, to, you know, go right around the table.
Where is Ragavan? Anyway,
It's probably with the captain.
oh boy.
Nervous, sweating because she knows the reaction she's gonna get.
I mean, Ragavan caught on, but you know they can't really communicate.
It's like,
They
so he's known all this time too.
Yeah, I guess he understood when I told him not to tell anyone. Because
Oh, if he wasn't the first mate, I'd strangle him.
yeah.
Listen, choking the monkey aside.
Canvas kind of like walks around to the side of the table. Like, which table is actually... Which one's the table? What is this?
That's a carpet. That is
that's-
very clearly a rug.
Okay,
Yeah,
so...
yeah.
no.
So
Yeah, table's up here.
you know, and that's where, you know, Deborah, she'll actually come to you, Pacifico, just look at like you up and down. She's like, yeah, you're not Vidalcan. Yeah. So, what are you supposed to be?
I'm what's known as a Triton. I'm a shark guy, basically. I am part shark.
Okay.
CL.
Also, Dolphin Bond can go fucking die in a sewer for all I care. I have beef with him too. It has to do with Ravnica shit. It's a lot.
It's complicated.
Most of these
He's
people
a
don't know
war
what Ravnica is.
Yeah, fun fact, he's actually a war criminal on another plane. Isn't that fun?
It's not surprising in the slightest.
You don't say.
That's like, okay. Yeah, Depla, she'll probably just turn to, like, she'll go to one of the pirates, and yeah, and she'll just say, okay, get the captain. And then with... And,
There's
with
two
that, she'll-
loud gulps from the
she'll-
table.
And with that, she'll just, yeah, she'll just kind of walk out. All right.
Pacifico, I may have to use you as a shield. Please forgive me.
Shield from being tackle hugged. If she's in a hugging mood, she's probably furious with me.
Like I said, it's probably
If
angry love.
she even believes. I didn't realize that not believing would have been an option.
All right. Okay. Yeah. And
Wait a
then
minute.
yeah, and yeah, Depla just turns to, like, you know, like the three of you, and she's like, well, it's like, okay, look, you don't have to stay there at the door. You know, just stay. Yeah, just come by the table where we can see you.
Sure.
Okay.
He puts his sunglasses back on.
Hey, Candace, imagine my mom meeting your mom.
That would be interesting. That's the word. Interesting.
Luke steps
Pacifico's
into the light.
Pacifico's eyebrow quirks at that comment.
Luke steps into the light, and the pirates might recognize the face at this point.
Yeah. As the weapons dealer
Okay.
that they've stolen a lot of shipments from.
Yeah. So. Okay. You know what? Yeah, I'm actually gonna make a roll on that. And
History. Woo!
Okay. Yeah, so as you're all, you know, like now that you're all at the table and now that you're by the light, it's like yeah, now the pirates can clearly see, so they can clearly see that yes, Pacifico is indeed not Vidalcan. Amy they clearly see, they clearly see. Yeah, when it comes to Luke though, they're just like, hey, wait a minute. It's like, yeah, hey, aren't you that missing artificer? You know, the one that's been missing for a couple of years, the weapons dealer?
I'm not missing. I'm right here. Tell my dad, and I'll make sure that none of you live to see the next year. Like, he's dropped the Luke act and has gone straight back to Croash for this one.
Canvas kind of looks across the Depala and goes, look, I made some powerful friends in my time away. I don't know if it's news to break, but I'm also a planeswalker now.
Yeah, I guess where
That's kinda
she
why I've
ended
been
up.
away.
It's like, yeah, and so Depla just goes to Amy and she's like, so it's like, so what? She can jump worlds now too?
Yep. Funny enough, guess which world she stopped by? Mine.
Yeah, just yeah, like, you know, face to forehead. just like palm smack.
I'd give the formal introduction, but I have a feeling you'd be looking at me.
Alrighty. Yeah, so then like yeah, and that's where like yeah, like one of the pirates is like yeah, he's like it's like yeah, he seemed to be holding up some like some kind of like an article or report or something. Doesn't seem to be a fan of Dovin Bond. Like,
That's the school paper. I go to school now as well. There's a lot to... I'm gonna shut up now.
Wait. You going to school?
Hey, you'll understand when you can see what we can create.
I go to
brought
school
one
with
of
her
those
mainly
things
too.
went
that I
there
made.
for the machines.
I brought one of my creations if you want to show them.
Oh yes, well. I think Depola's likely the one that'll care. I'm not sure how much everyone else really cares about machines.
To quote my article for a second, let's see. I personally voted in favor of his death sentence, in spite of my personal belief that such a sentence would extreme. I am, and especially was then, a person who valued order greatly. But even then, I knew that exceptions to that order are necessary, because even at that young age, I knew something Mr. Bond did not. The orderly thing is not always the right thing.
Yeah, and like all the pirates, like just kind of like listening to that, and then you just kind of like even hear like muttering, like just like complete agreeing, like like yeah, he's got a word with words. It's like it's just kind of like complimenting him, just like he's good.
Yeah, this was me pointing out my reasoning, voting for his death sentence in his trial on another plane.
It's like, really? So what exactly did he do?
Oh,
Turned over an
boy.
entire guild to a dragon who called himself a god, in the sake of just having more control over himself.
Yeah, remember that? You might have noticed there was a period of time where Chandra and a bunch of the others just went around. Yeah, they were off fighting a war of sorts.
That would also explain where Dovin's been, because there was a period where he was gone too.
And that would be him in the Azorius Senate.
And now he's come crawling back here.
Yeah, after faking his death that he was sentenced to.
Hey, has my mom gotten, like, sterner over the years? Or, like, is she still...
Oh, she's still the toughest bitch I know.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how much of a scolding... I'm probably going to get scolded a lot. It happened back then, it's going to happen again now. Oh, this is fine.
Do we happen to hear boss music approaching as she says that?
Go on ahead and make that perception check.
Oh boy.
Like
Perception check for boss music.
Oh my god! It's a
Hey, I
nat
got a nat
20.
Oh, I can hear the boss music. Three of us? Fuck.
I got an 8.
It's the sunglasses.
Luke is in the process of trying to find where he stashed the dragon spy on his person when his ears just prick and he sits straight. Can anybody else hear that?
Yes, I can hear that. Oh gosh.
This is what kind of check?
Hear what?
Perception.
Okay.
So-
My prescription was an 18.
All right. So all you that rolled relatively high checks, like especially like if you're by the north window here. Yeah, you just happen to look outside and you see 3 figures coming around and approaching.
Oh boy.
Is that a monkey?
Yeah, that's Ragavan.
Canvas
I'm gonna-
flinches as they walk past, and their arm instinctively goes up to hide half their face.
Amy's just gonna casually go sit by Pacifico.
Canvas? Is that your mom?
Yes. Canvas just quietly casts guidance on herself.
Amy's just casually sitting by Pacifico, just in case.
All right.
Okay, MM's just gonna sit still, but
Pacifico is cool as a cucumber.
Oh yeah, I forgot to describe, because I will be getting art done. Canvas currently actually has goggles up on her forehead, and tucked into the strap of the goggles is the little chromatic flower. and kind of as if bracing for an explosion as she kind of counts the steps it would take to get to the front door, she like slowly lowers the goggles.
Pacifico has the sunglasses. Those are his goggles.
Just has her hair.
All right.
Amy only has one protection.
Alright, so then, yep.
Oh,
So
she's cute.
okay. All right, so the door opens, and yep, in steps in 3 people. One of them being the pirate from before, and then you see this woman, just clad in green and kind of like a shade of purple. It's kind of hard to describe what the hell she's wearing because again, I don't know Indian clothing. But it's it's kind of like a flowy, one-piece suit almost with some flares and such to it. At her side, she's got a sword. And then on her shoulder, she's got a little grape-tufted monkey who's wearing goggles. And the monkey immediately perks up and just...
Canvas,
just like
Canvas's face goes flush.
The monkey just literally leaps from the woman's shoulders and just goes right onto you, Canvas.
Hi, Mrs. Everwatt.
It's been a while.
It's been a minute. They both say it and sing. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Yes, and Ragman's just just kind of he's grabs you kind of gives you a little monkey hug, and then he turns and he actually sees you, Amy, and he's just like,
Hey, Rags.
Hug.
It's been a hot minute.
it's like, and it's you can Amy, you actually feel not so much feel, you can hear Ragavan as you're giving him your own little hug, he kind of gives you a little bit of a sniff. And then he goes,
What?
Okay. Yeah. And that's where this woman just says, and she goes, you still smell like candy, Gulabi. And Amy, you recognize the term that she called you. She says, gulabi. That is actually a Hindi for pink. And you recognize it as that's the little nickname that she gave you. She called you Pink when you first came here.
Is Gulabi
Hi.
God? I don't really know.
Hi, Mrs. Everwatt. It's been a hot minute.
Nervous, sweating.
That's right. She just goes, I don't know why you're back here. I told you to stay away. But furthermore,
Canvas's ticking is wild right now.
Yeah,
the ticking is extremely fast and a bit loud.
She kind of she walks around the table and she walks up to you, Canvas. Just kind of just looks you up and down, and and she'll just say, is it really you?
Yeah, I'm not dead.
It's okay. Then I know that's what I'm trying to think. You know what? Probably not have a roll on this one.
Let it be a roll.
A roll? Okay.
Do it.
All right then.
This
I
will be
guess
the one time I use my plus 11 to persuasion.
Okay. I'm about to say. Go on ahead and make that persuasion.
All right. So it's not a natural 20, but it's an 18 on the dice. I did cast guidance out of fear. So it is currently a 31, despite her taking out.
Regardless, stupid high.
Yes, stupid high. 31.
All Alrighty. Okay, so then, yeah, so, yeah, she just kind of stares you down, and then you just, see, like, her hand raised, and you just feel her just kind of, like, bopping you, like, right in the back of the head. Yeah, and she's just,
yeah, I was expecting that.
It's like,
Ha. Feels the same.
yeah, and she's
Have you
like,
been working out? Probably.
it's like, where have you been, young lady?
Yep, there it is.
A bunch of places. It's a long story. Look, in the moment I thought I'd killed you guys, specifically you two, I saw, and I freaked out and did this thing that I've been told is called sparking, where I disappeared, and then I came back a while later, and, well, you were alive, but you thought I was dead, and I thought in the moment it might be better to keep my distance because, well, I nearly killed you. I didn't want to... She kind of, like, stops herself, and she's just kind of frozen in the moment.
Yeah, and then that's where, Ragavan, like, even he'll just kind of, like, turn and just go, kind of, like, whimpering, and that's where she's just like, I'm disappointed in you, and she turns to Rags, and I'm also disappointed in you. It's like, keeping this from me. I mean, by all accounts, that could be considered mutiny. And you know what happens with mutineers.
Don't make it his... It's on me. Oh, no, that's a problem. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner.
Okay. Yeah, and then I think, probably with that, she'll just sit at, like, she'll sit at this, chair, right next to you. Yeah, and she'll just be like, and she's like, I don't have to say, I shouldn't have to say just how much you've absolutely worried us.
Yeah, I don't think it's any consolation, but I mourn you as well. At least for the moment. You've been mourning for a lot longer, though.
Yeah, Depla's is just like, she just kind of cuts in, and she's like, yeah, we held a funeral for you and everything.
Yeah. It's really weird visiting your own gravestone.
I guess it's the first time I can say someone missed their own funeral.
Yeah. These are my friends, by the way. You've already met one of them, but these are the other ones.
Amy waves meekly.
Canvas's mom just turns to you, Amy, and she's like, and you. It's like, you do know there's still a warrant out for your arrest.
I'm fully aware, and but I came back for Canvas's sake.
What? Hold it. What do you mean a warrant?
Well, there'll be warrants on you all the longer you spend here.
Well, I would love to see Delvin.
Yeah, look, the reason why Dobin has a quote-unquote warrant for me is because he's after my powers. Because healing...
He looks to Amy. Considering my diplomatic immunity, as long as I'm around you, he can't do shit.
Good.
He's going to do shit anyway. He does whatever he wants here.
All the more
Diplomatic
reason
immunity
to
doesn't mean shit.
But, like, I'm not going to be staying for very long, Miss Cinderblood, I promise. I'm just here for Canvas's sake.
All right, and then Kari just kind of eyes Luke, and Pacifico.
Hi.
Should I introduce them, or should you all introduce yourselves? I don't remember how this works. It's been a long time since I've been around here. I'm gonna shut up.
So, hey, Miss Sevenlot, has Dolvin expressed any particular anger about something recently? Something someone may have said about him that seems weirdly out of place?
Truth be told, I haven't seen him, lately. Not for several weeks.
Hmm.
Yeah. So if he said anything, he's probably stewing in that ivory tower of his.
He'll pull out the star, hand it over to him. I'm the reason he's pissed off.
Yeah, so Rags will take that paper and he'll hand it over to Kari, and she'll just start reading it, and then you can just see as she's reading it, you can just see just like a smirk forming.
Oh, the other reason he's pissed off is actually the article on Star Foundry, which he kind of glances over in his direction with that.
G'day, I took over his gig as security provider for Strixhaven. Speaking of, actually, here, and he pulls out a dragon spy. So I was going to show off the things I made. He just sets it down on the table next to Ragavan and draws the sigil to turn it on.
Okay. Yeah, and it's all right. So it turns on. I can imagine maybe the dragon spy will start to kind of hover. Rags will probably just kind of look looking at, maybe even trying to poke at it. Just what is this?
For the folks that are actually from Kaladesh, this likely looks a lot like life crafting, as it looks a hell of a lot like a giant dragonfly.
Yeah.
So in other words, we've been very good at getting under Dovin's skin already.
In turn, he's also been getting under our skin.
Let me put it this way. I know how that man values other. When it comes to anything related to me, he knows he can't do shit. Not only because it would violate his illusion of it being all about law, but also because of the types of people he'd have to deal with.
There's also the fact that if he actually did something to you, you'd have tangible proof that he is alive, and then you'd be able to get the Ravnikins here.
Exactly. The Senate would be on his ass full force. They'd probably call in Boros.
And if they try anything with me, Eldrin will get involved.
Diplomatic immunity is a hell of a drug.
Honestly.
It's yeah, and that's right. Kari just just kind of looks at you, and she's just and she's it's like as much as I love to hear of him gaining some more enemies, Lord knows the consulate absolutely needs more. Just do not, just do not take him lightly, especially here. You know, wherever he is. I mean, yeah, Kaldesh, this is still his home turf.
Of course. The idea is that if I do have to be here, I'm not here causing problems. Because as long as I don't cause problems... Because as long as I don't cause problems, he's really got no standing.
He'll say you cause problems even if you don't. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't butt in.
I, on the other hand, am here explicitly for the causing of problems.
Yeah, if anyone's good, if you gotta look out for anyone, it's him.
Yeah, to be honest, if I cause him any problems, it's going to be covert enough where he doesn't know that it's me.
Have you ever seen an IED go off inside one of those? You said they got flying tanks here?
Yeah.
Ever seen an IED go off in the control core of them because they didn't think a small creature could get in? Would you like to?
Luke, not now.
Not now.
You should
Tomorrow.
see what he can do with a pumpkin.
Oh my.
What?
Do not remind me of the pumpkin thing. Grayson still won't shut up about it.
It's because he's a spoil sport.
And, Mum, if this one's if she starts acting like a bitch, it's because she's got two people inside that brain, and one of them is, in fact, a bitch.
I thought we agreed to call the other one Alice.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, Alice is a bitch. It's the same thing. I don't call them just bitch. She is a bitch. I watch my
Yeah,
grandma.
makes sense.
Well, she's not going to cause any problems for our family, is she?
More,
I mean-
more than likely, no. She
Considering
also,
Dovenban had a doctor literally scream
Dash.
into their home.
Yeah, turns out she also fucking hates Delvin.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, this entire group kind of hates the guy who is a dick.
Well, I've yet to meet someone who's met him and genuinely likes him.
Oh, he ended up calling me over for a conversation. He was trying to convince me that that the crimes that there was evidence for were lies, which is hilarious. But well, let's just say that let's just say that it really felt like he was pissing his pants over the scenario.
Yeah, so like all the pirates, you know, they're just all just kind of listening in, but then yeah, they all turn to Kari, and you know, she's just like, well, it's like, well, I can see that you're being truthful. And yeah, any enemy of Dovin is a friend of ours. And so as far as I'm concerned, you know, I see you all don't mean any harm. That being said, though, I do have to advise you to not stay here for too long. You know, it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's bad enough the Gulabi's got a warrant. I don't want to see any more innocents get warrants on them. I mean, get enough as is.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be leaving here in a couple minutes because I really don't want to stay here for too long.
How do they keep
Yeah,
track of their
understandable.
warrants?
Yeah, I mean,
How do they keep track of their warrants?
it's like I'm sure they've got their own systems keeping track of everything.
Do you
They've
think
got a
it's
lot of-
physical?
Yeah.
It's just the thing. It's just, you know, with us, you know, we're accustomed to. I mean, we're pirates. We know we live. We know we don't. We're not exactly on the right side of the law. So we've long since accepted that. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to.
Please. Breaking laws when they're made by twats is morally correct.
See, I made the correct friends at least.
The orderly thing is not always the right thing. In the case of Dovin Dawn, it very frequently is the wrong thing.
Wonder how easy it would be to get in and sabotage their systems.
You have
it
fun
would be
with that,
back
I
up in a
am.
month, and there's a couple people that various Vidalkins they keep inside.
Now the
They'll
question is,
just remember, you can't unless you want to murder 3 aristocrats and sabotage the system. You're not going to do anything to them. They've been doing this for years.
who said anything about murder?
Yeah, the consulate
Well, they're not-
Yeah, look, the consulate building is just like heavily guarded. Yeah, it's like believe me, if we could get it, believe me, if we could have just gone in there and taken them out, we would have done it a long time ago.
Hmm.
Well, I think this could use a little bit of a. Admittedly, I think it would be beneficial if I were able to introduce the leader of the people fighting against Dovin in Kaladesh to those who happen to have Dovin as enemies of the state outside of Kaladesh.
Don't be going and taking my mother on planeswalkings just yet. I want a little bit more time with her before we have to leave.
Yeah, no, understandable. I'm just saying that I could give you the tour of the people who hate Dovin Baan. I know exactly where to start. He has a devilish little smirk on his face when he says that.
Of course.
Actually, we could probably, given he probably is going to be frequently more here, we could use you guys to help us, keep an ear out for if he's planning on anything in Strixhaven.
We're talking about a bunch of planes here because it's not just me who sparked. Every one of these friends of mine is a planeswalker.
I come
Random
from the Great
chance.
Forest.
Yeah, nobody knows where that is. Again, nobody knows where that is, Luke.
Okay, right. You guys steal a lot of the stuff that me and my dad made.
I still find it funny that you sparked and ended up on my plane canvas.
Yeah, it probably something to do with divine cosmos bullshit.
Yeah,
Multiversal godly intervention.
I don't think it would be advisable to have you speak to the Senate unless it's absolutely necessary. That being said,
do not bring any of my family anywhere near the Senate. No, don't do that.
like I said, not unless it became absolutely necessary, which preferably it wouldn't. That being said, I think my parents would be interested in meeting you, and I'm sure plenty of people in Eldraine would be interested.
Oh yeah, I know Rowan's been talking, gets very huffy when it comes to me, so any enemy of mine is her friend.
Well, any enemy of your enemy. That's
Yeah.
what the saying is.
Yeah,
Boone, I already know what you're doing.
Okay. So, yeah, so Kari, she'll actually rise from her seat and she'll just say, yeah, she'll turn you all. She just says, well, it's very nice to meet all of you, but I ask that you all go back to your homes.
All right.
Leave Kaladesh to us.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right, and then Kari will turn to you, Canvas, and she says, "And you come with me. We have a lot more we need to talk about."
Yeah.
Good luck, Canvas.
And
Yep.
then-
And
Yeah, she'll probably.
Pacifica, I'll
Yeah,
come
she'll-
and get you.
Okay. Yeah, and like Kari will kind of lead you into this room next door.
Canvas walks in and just like raises her hand for a second. Goes, Mom, Mom, can I have a hug?
Okay. And then Kari says, "Yeah, close the door."
Canvas like closes the door and just kind of is just
Okay.
expecting another bop on the back of the head.
Yeah, it's like, she probably would give you another bump on the head, and then she'll give you a hug.
Yeah. Canvas probably actually tears up properly now and just kind of says like sad things along the lines of "I'm so sorry."
Yeah, and that's where Kari, she's just still holding you, just like, just let it out. And that's where
Pacifico is probably telling stories to the other pirates at the moment about his salon adventures.
Because Canvas is, like still freaking out a little bit, crying and everything. Something that's different this time around is probably the little bit of ether that gets expelled whenever she cries nowadays.
Yeah. So Kari, noticing that, she'll kind of push you off just a little bit, just holding you at arm's reach, just to see, and she sees the aether around you, and that's where she just says, "What has happened to you?"
Too much.
Just
Things
start from the beginning.
changed. Yeah. Do we want to role play out me telling her all of this, or?
Your call.
So back when you first thought I was dead, I sparked in the moment because I saw a silhouette of you and what I thought was you and Rags in the explosion. I thought I saw you both get eaten up by the bomb. So I freaked out, screamed, and then suddenly I was in a forest. Amy's family, Amy found me, and eventually I got back on my feet and started figuring out how planeswalking works. It's a bit of a headache but after a while I figured it out. I started going to different planes. Eventually I managed to actually make it back to Kaladesh. I went to the old clock tower. I've made it my proper home nowadays. I live up in behind the clock face. I found out that you two and actually the rest of the Dragon Smile was fine sometime around there after about a year. And I didn't want to go back because at that time I was still dangerous with my abilities. People were speeding up and slowing down around me. When I would freak out, the ticking got so loud that it'd give us away in any kind of heist that we'd do. I kind of stuck away because I thought, it would hurt you all if I came back. Then, a couple years later, after hopping around planes and occasionally going back home. I went to our actual home, and you'd left Rags there for whatever reason. Ragavan freaked out, understandably. And then, well, occasionally I'd visit actual home. Sometimes hoping that you'd be there just so that I could spring that and just have it all over with. Other times going there and hoping you weren't there because I was scared of what might happen. And, you know, I wouldn't go there sometimes for a year or more thinking maybe Dovin had figured out where it was. Maybe the consulate was swamping it again. But more recently, I got a letter, one way or another, inviting me to go to this school after I'd applied, called Strixhaven. Strixhaven University is on this plane called Arcavios. It's this huge university where people practice and learn magic, the art of wordplay, and a million other things, but none of that really appeals to me other than the one part of the school focused on invention and creation. You can see I probably got roped in with that, and those are my school friends out there. Most of them are going on second year. One of them is going to be a first year next year. Having friends again, talking to people rather than just talking to Rags every year or two when I'd visit, it kind of shifted me more towards actually figuring things out. And you know, there's people that I care about again. There's this wonderful girl back on Arcavios. No, none of that. I needed to make sure this was cleared up before I get any further with any of that, because I don't want to disappear again and have you think none of it. I don't really know where I'm leading with this, but I care about too many people, and that kind of opened me up again. And if I'm going to care about a few people, I may as well care about the people that, you know, raised me.
Yeah, and that's where Kari just kind of like listening. She's like, yeah, you're right. You know, like, yeah, I know you've always tried to do the whole tough girl attitude, but yeah, you've just got the biggest heart that I know.
Yeah. Speaking of my heart, I'm sick in a very uniquely magical way.
What do you mean?
I traveled to one of the other planes on my journeys and fell in love with a certain type of artifice. You know me and Depola, we both tinker with things, and I started tinkering with this thing called Ethereum. It's a combination of a couple different gemstones and metals and aether, which, of course, we have plenty of that here. I dabbled a little bit too much, and I have what the Esper of that plane call Ethereum poisoning. I am very slowly being replaced with metal in a lot of places. I need to either kind of submit to it and the me that everyone knows dies, or I need to kind of go way deeper into it and figure out how to stop it. because the folks who keep their minds and don't become metal monsters are the ones who master it. And now I kind of dipped my toes into this very problematic ocean. Yeah, I'll show you for a moment. And she raises out her kind of brass arm, and the aether forms an illusion. At first of canvas as a believe it's not minor illusion. Is it minor illusion? It's silent image. So canvas creates like a small scale model of canvas for a second, and then she twists her hand and it shifts to just show where the Ethereum is. And again, it's this kind of silver metal, sharp but kind of like elegant, and at the center of it, spreading from the arm along into her kind of chest cavity, is almost like a bloom, like a flower blossom around what seems to be a beating metal heart. And she kind of just shows that, I know it might be a bit confronting, but that's what's going on.
So after all this time of thinking that I had lost you, you come back, only to now drop that I may lose you again?
You're not going to lose me. I'm going to figure this out.
You're
People
damn
have
right
done it
I'm not
before, I
losing
can
you.
do it again.
It's like, yeah, you're my daughter. You're my daughter. You're gonna fight this thing and you're gonna kick its ass.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it my all because there's a lot of people I care about and I don't want to disappear again. That said, there's still a couple weeks left of summer vacation before I have to head back and start preparing for the first years. Is there any way I could maybe join up with the crew again for a little while?
Yeah, and that's where she'll just sit. Yeah, she'll just say, it's like, as a captain, I will reluctantly accept. As your mother, hell yes.
And Canvas goes in for a hug. A lot less tears this time.
Do any of us hear this through the door, like the wall?
I guess it depends. Do you want to be trying to listen?
Can I
Maybe
impose
it's a-
disadvantage on them by being
By being you.
by...
You know what? I'll roll.
I'll accept these these terms and conditions.
Hey,
Okay.
time to drop some eaves.
I got.
Pacifico
I got-
is specifically trying to make eavesdropping harder.
I got a 7. Amy's right now too worried about getting the bear mom hug.
So this was what role is this again?
Perception with disadvantage, apparently.
Okay, cool. I still got like a 15.
I'm half expecting her to come out and be like, "Oh, by the way, Amy, thank you for taking care of my daughter." Bear hug.
Alrighty. So then, we'll probably say like, after some time, the two, Canvas and Kari, the both of you will probably just, you'll come out to come, meet back up with the crew.
When the public
Yeah.
Okay. And then Kari just looks and she's like, "Why are you still here?"
I guess that would be my cue to leave then.
Your
She will
crew
be
wanted to
preparing
hear
to-
my stories for. It's not my fault.
I guess I just wanted to make sure that Canvas was safe.
Okay.
I assure you, I have been watching over your daughter.
Alright.
Yeah, yeah, I overheard Amy really wanting one of those bear hugs.
Don't you
Wait.
dare!
It's like, oh, a bear hug.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! No!
All right,
No!
all right. Gulabi, yeah, Gulabi, come here.
Pacifico steps out of the way.
Don't be surprised. I have blossomed since we last met. Oh gosh!
Yeah, and then Kari, she will go in for that bear hug.
A little bit of a back crack.
Dave, you were gonna say?
Yeah, so she's just gonna go in for that bear hug.
That is.
Yeah. Still. Nothing says someone loves you.
Like broken ribs.
Pacifico, like, you wouldn't bear hug a guy with sunglasses, would you?
Yeah,
No,
so then-
he's specifically getting his petty revenge on Amy with that. 100%.
Alright. So then, Kari, she'll release Amy, and but then she'll turn to the rest of you, and she's like, it's like, yeah, it was an honor to meet you all, and thank you for looking out for Canvas for me. But seriously, you need to leave.
All right.
You got it. Do you mind? Do you
I'm
mind if I planeswalk in here? Figure it's a little bit more secure than out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go down the hallway and walk.
Mhm.
Probably a good idea. I actually need a little bit of a heist to do it.
It's like yes,
Oh,
yes,
no,
yes.
that-
If you're gonna planeswalk, it'd probably be safe to do it in here where no one can find you.
Okay. I'll do it in this corner. Just let me just move some of the rubble out of the way and ta-da, ta-ta. And she
Skeet, delete.
All right, and then MM will go off.
Pacifico will leap up and be surrounded by a whirlpool and yeet. And he
And
will
it
actually head to
disappears
Sebastian.
To Sebastian.
And Amy will disappear in a thing of sparkles.
All right.
So, Amy, you
And then-
disappeared in.
Yes.
meanwhile Pacifico.
Pretty much.
Meanwhile Pacifico disappearing.
All right.
And Luke? Is Luke dead? Is Luke mute? Is Luke alive?
With my BRB.
Luke said he was
Yeah.
BR.
Oh, yeah, BRB. Alright.
Okay. Yeah, but we
That was
can,
a
I'm
while
back.
ago.
What did I miss?
Oh.
Everyone's
everybody.
leaving.
Everybody.
Everyone's leaving. Okay.
Yeah, everybody's planeswalking. They're planeswalking back.
Amy got her bear hug.
The mama bear
Canvas came
hug.
back with Canvas came back a little bit steamy-eyed, but otherwise, looks like she's happy again.
All right. You feel better now? Got your friends to meet your mother?
Yeah, I'm gonna be hanging out with the crew for a while until school.
All right. Well, you know where I'll be.
Yeah.
I should probably get outside before I do this.
Everyone did it inside. Just pick a spot and be away from the windows.
Luke just moves out to like here. Cover your ears. He takes a second to focus. He takes a second to focus as nearby metal begins to vibrate, and then the spark of electricity strikes his position as the guitar sting rings in the air as he vanishes.
All right. Okay, and then Amy, are you still here?
No, she planeswalk.
Okay. Yeah, I'll delete you then. All right. All right. Okay. Alrighty. So yeah. So then Kari, yeah, she just turns to the crew and she says, it's like, all right, ladies, okay, rev up the engines and start loading up the Smile. We're setting out at dawn.
Canvas stumbles a little bit at first, but falls in line pretty quick and is going to spend a decent portion of the remainder of the holiday with the Dragon Smile and the crew.
Alrighty. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So before we move on to this last scene, stupid me. There was something I completely forgot to do with while we were in Eldraine. So we're gonna we're gonna shift back to that real quick. But and yeah, not so much a rewind, so much as like we can just pick up. So
So I'm looking at the pirate based on May, and I'm just imagining every time they go through a door, they just shout "Totogeki!"
I'm just having a difficulty imagining they use a weapon that isn't a giant tank.
all right.
They just summon dolphins every single time.
All right.
Single time.
All right. Anywho, so 2 MMs. Okay.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Yeah. Okay. So So what we're gonna have when you planeswalked, back to Eldraine, rather than going back to your cabin, you planeswalked back to the wilds where you had met you had met your fairy friends, your Pecan, Tansy, and Hollydrop.
Oh.
So
MM just says hello again. I thought I must have missed my house a little bit.
Yeah, and that's where Pecan will come up to you and just goes like, "Hey, it's been a little bit." Yeah, so what brings you back? What brings you back here?
I was planeswalking from just from meeting with some friends and one of their families.
Yeah, and that's where they just come up and they're just like, yeah, we can definitely smell the humans. But we also smell something else. Yeah, it's not quite. I mean, it's kind of like magic, and yet it's not. What is this that we're smelling?
Would MM know?
Most likely, they're probably what they're spelling is just aether. Just the fact that you were in Kaladesh.
Oh, it's. I guess you could say a different kind of magic from a different area.
Yeah, it's like what kind of magic?
Like aether. Are you familiar with aether?
Never heard of it. Yeah, it's like
Right.
what kind of magic is that? Like, what does it do?
Admittedly, I'm not too familiar myself.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. So that's where they'll. Yeah, and that's where. Yeah, like Lipican will just probably be like. He's just be like. Yeah. All right. So, like, yeah, like what exactly brings you? What brings you back here?
I don't think I. Did the music stop on purpose? Or did it just.
It's probably repeating.
Okay. I was going to say.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's still going.
Honestly, I thought I was going to my house, but. And, in the middle of her sentence. Guess who's back?
Guess who's back? Back again.
Nothing.
I guess you.
Bitch is back.
That would have been me.
Okay. Alrighty. So then, yeah, that's where they just kind of look at you and they're just going like, yeah, it's like, It's like, yeah, it's like you're the. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to see. Like, you know how you said that you smelled human, and now it's. Yeah, now it's kind of subsided a little bit. Just like you never did really tell us. Just who are you?
There's actually, it's more accurate to say there's two of us here. One of them has perhaps introduced herself as MM before.
Mm-hmm.
I am Alice.
Two souls in one body.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so that explains the smell.
And it's been a bit. How have your masters been doing? Has the one even shown up?
Yeah, they just kind of, they all just kind of look at each other and they're just like, yeah, and like, like Holly Drop just kind of like just lowers her head and just goes, no.
So, for the time being, you're without a master.
And it's like, yeah, and that's where like, yeah, Pecan will just be like, it's like, look, we're not without masters. They're just away right now.
It sounds like you need someone who isn't.
Well, what you getting at?
How would you like to serve me?
It's like what exactly would you have to offer?
Freedom. No more being locked away every time these human guards find you. No more having to worry about whether your master is even around. No more masters hiding in their caves. All you need to worry is purely just how often I will be around. But with that freedom, that wouldn't even be as much of a worry, wouldn't it?
It's like, yeah, you promised. Yeah, you promised freedom. But yeah, it's still been some time since we last saw you. How do we know that you're not just gonna up and leave us too?
Then how about I take you with me? Alice holds out her hand.
Okay, let's make a persuasion on that.
All right. Okay. Persuasion. 21.
Ooh, high roll. All right. Okay, so yeah, so like all three of them, they'll kind of like look at each other, and they're just like, yeah, just kind of looking like, okay, well, are you gonna go? It's like, there's no way we should be going, right? It's like, yeah, and like just like, yeah, like kind of like one by one, they'll just like, given their small size, they'll probably, they'll just like, maybe like grab like a finger or something, just be like, it's like, all right, let's just look, all right, we'll see what you got to offer, then we'll make our decision. So you said you got a place for us?
Mm-hmm. And then she planeswalks all of them out.
Alrighty. Alright, let's I'll go ahead and delete that. Okay, yeah. I guess just out of curiosity, like where exactly would she be taking them?
I guess we'll say an old castle.
That's where it's like, yeah, I don't exactly have a map prepped for this, but that's okay.
I'll definitely we'll say that it's certainly seen better days, especially since the last time Alice would have been there would have been probably her a previous life.
Okay. All right. So yeah. Yep. So right into a So again, theater of the mind here, people. So like a old, worn down castle, and just like the three of them, they just kind of like look around, and they're like, what happened to this place?
If I had to guess, it was without anyone around. It wasn't kept up, but that can change.
So you're saying, so if we choose to stay here, then this castle is ours.
More or less.
Well, a castle certainly would be nice.
And who knows? Maybe more of your Fae friends can join you.
All right, then. That's where Holly Drop will just say, she's like, I think I can give this a try, and I don't think Falwen will notice if we're gone. I mean, I don't think she will, even if it's just for a little while. I mean, she takes vacations all the time, so why can't we? Okay. And then Tansy will just say, it's like, this is a really big castle, so it's like you're gonna need a lot more people to clean this up. I mean, there's only just the three of us.
Who knows? Maybe even if your masters themselves would be up for joining you. If they're still around.
Yeah, and that's where Pecan will say, I highly doubt you'll be able to convince Frog to get out of his caves. But I'm sure me can find some of the other red caps. Maybe even one of the other cards. Maybe they'd be interested. Just don't go disappearing on us after. It's like, yeah, because if you just like dump us here and then you just disappear, we're gonna be really, really mad.
I'll make sure if I can't physically appear, you'll get a message you'll at least hear from me. Would that suffice?
It's like, I think that should be fine. I mean, again, it's kind of better than just kind of being left in the dark now. It's like, all right then, Miss Alice, I believe you said your name was. It's like, yeah, if you happen to find any more of our friends, bring them over.
I shall.
Alice will probably planeswalk one more time back over here. So I'll have her token reappear.
Okay.
All this planeswalking would probably actually leave her a little tired.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
you did do it. Like you brought 3 people with you. You're exhausted.
Yeah, you're getting tired.
So as she goes back, it goes back to regular MM, who it's still the same body, so she's also a little exhausted, but for some reason she can't quite figure out why. She looks back and she doesn't see Pecan or Honey Drop or the
Tansy.
Tansy. Huh. I wonder where they went. And she just goes back to her cottage.
All right, and okay, yeah. So we'll just end that scene. Yeah, we'll end that scene there. Okay, so let's. Alrighty, so we've got one last thing. So I believe under general, I have posted a script for people to read.
God damn it! Who's the anonymous bat?
I don't know.
I can't escape. I cannot freaking escape.
It
I
is
swear it's not
not
me.
me.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't see a bat on mine, so
So it's you. That means it's you.
God, I hate it here.
I did not pick the animal, Jen.
Yeah, look, I've got an Ifrit, I've got an Auroch, a bat, a gopher, and a Loris, and an Ibex.
Ibex.
Yeah.
Ibex.
I guess I'm the bat then. I'm the most attractive bat.
Shut up, TP.
Okay.
So do we all
Alright.
need to take spots here?
Yeah, I've got there's three that haven't been taken.
I'll take Philippine.
Okay. Alrighty. Beans.
Now, forgive me. I don't think I can. I don't think I can do a female voice.
I will.
My voice, my voice is not high enough for that.
That's fine.
Do you want Grit's letter, and I could take Niall?
I do not know who Niall is.
Yeah, that's a new character that's getting introduced.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Do you want the role next, and I could take another role? Or Grit's, Grice?
Also, Dave can be someone. Hey, Dave, do you want to do a New Yorker accent?
I'm not sure if I can, just because I do have people going to sleep.
That's true.
Okay.
Alex Brightman's Beetlejuice.
You can do Beetlejuice.
Oh, that's easy.
Alrighty then.
All right. Well, okay. We'll do the switch up then. All right. So, Jen, who do you want?
I'll take Niall.
Okay.
God, I wish Kitty was in here because oh my God, she could pull this off.
Alrighty.
All right.
And then,
I guess by default, I'm gonna try a New Yorker accent.
okay.
Yeah. If it's bad, it's because I haven't tried a New Yorker accent before.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. Okay. All right. So now. Okay. Now let's finish. Let's finish this up here. All right.
Need to do a little bit more practice.
Alrighty, so yeah, don't worry about tokens or anything. I will have to do all this as I'm reading. Okay, so far from Strixhaven, beyond the mountains to the west, a lone figure in black cloth and leather leans against the tree. The ache in her body and the dizziness in her head has begun to subside, allowing her to start scanning the area for any signs of life that could disturb her. So far, nothing. After several minutes, the hard ground before her had begun to ripple like water until two figures breached the surface. The taller woman is holding a smaller girl against her as she gasps for air. Once they've pulled themselves from the ground, it returns to solid dirt, save for a small symbol that remained in wisps of smoke.
Carla, Pen.
Are we alone?
No, yes, no one, not even an animal has come here.
Good. Anna, take her for a moment, will you?
Passing the young girl to her. Okay. Orca steps away before placing a hand on her chest as she kneels to the ground. Gasping for air, she reaches into her pouch and pulls out a small vial. Cloudy strands of blue, green, and purple swirl in the glass before she pulls the topper off and swigs the liquid back in one swallow. Her body shivers as it courses through her body, puffs of the color even coming out in her breath.
Painful, this stuff, and they can't even make it taste good.
Medicine never does.
How is she?
Calming down.
I hate planeswalking.
I know, it's not easy, it never is. But if we're gonna be together going forward, you have to get used to it.
Fine.
So where do we go now?
I was told that we would get a guide. Until then, we collect ourselves.
And as the three women rest and begin gathering their strength, something approaches them. And looks like it's a small cylinder made of brass, just hovering in the air. The same puffs of blue, green, and purple just coming out of it.
Oh, excuse me.
What's it?
Is that your boss?
No, this is from the underboss.
The drone adjusts its lens in its just kind of circling around, and then it just turns and flies away in a different direction.
Come on, we need to follow it.
I hate having to come back up here just to pull the fucking music list.
It's okay.
That's alright. Yep, we will survive.
I hope.
Alright, so the plains of Arcavios is littered with ancient ruins, such as the one that the drone is leading them through. A single watchtower looms over the ruins, while archaic weapons and a supply train just lie in the dirt, twisted beyond repair. And then when the women approach the moat, they notice that the bridge is also destroyed.
Looks like we need find another way across.
What did you say? Speak up, sister.
Orca whips back when her youngest sister begins to scream.
Make it stop! Carla, Anna!
What's wrong with you?
Don't you hear that?
Hear what?
The wailing. It sounds like hundreds dying all at once.
Orca looks around, but sees nothing, hears nothing. She watches as the drone just hovers over the bridge, then turns and focuses its lens on them. Eyeing the bridge, Orca takes a sister in each hand, then takes a deep breath. Exhaling fumes of blue, green, and purple once more, she begins to charge the moat before pulling her sisters into her arms and leaping into the air. When she lands on the other side of the broken bridge, she releases the others, then rises to her feet on shaky legs while staring at the drone.
That good enough for you?
Turning right, the drone it continues to lead them to a set of stairs. Now let's switch to the maps. Once they descend, they find themselves in a massive underground sanctum. Suspended above them are a large set of stones, forming an archway into the sanctum, where a large stone slab table sits. To the north of the sanctum is a room hidden behind an old curtain. The western chamber is filled with engineering equipment and artificing supplies. 5 bedrooms line the south of the sanctum, while the eastern chamber seems to be closed off. Each wall and even the floor has strange symbols carved on them, some sort of ancient language that the women just cannot recognize. Across the chamber, 2 men are talking. One is a sickly elven man in a disheveled cloak. The other, a tall Vidalcan in fine crimson robes.
With the Eldritch Bomb completed, we should be ready to move on to the next phase. Quicksilver and Nightshade.
Wonderful. Dovin, arrange a meeting with your associate. I would like to properly compensate him for his work.
We have already accepted his terms. He won't welcome anything else.
With a few beeps and whirls, the drone catches their attention and just moves to hover behind the Vidalcan. We'll move you guys here. His demeanor is unflinching, though the elf smiles upon seeing the girls. It's like, Carla Sabatelli, how wonderful to see you on your feet once more.
Niall, Philippine, this is my employer, Margaxa Grenshell.
No,
That's Orca. Yeah, that's Orca.
My...
That's okay.
Niall, Philippine, this is my employer, Magaxa Grandshaw. And this...
She motions to the Vidalcan.
...is Dovin Bond. It's thanks to them that I'm alive. By the way...
She just tosses the empty vial towards Dovin Bond. He just remains still, just lets it just fall to his feet.
This shit tastes like shit. Fix it.
I am an artificer of systems, not a chemist. I can't do anything about concentrated aether, so you will accept this.
Orca just continues to bicker, but Niall steps forward towards Murgaxor and just bows her head.
Mr. Greenshield, we are forever grateful. Thank you.
Have a seat. We have much to discuss. And let me just put them all in chairs. We'll keep the drone by Dovin. All right. So now they're all seated at the table.
What happened all those months ago? How could you let that monster nearly kill our sister?
I agree. Letting her go was stupid.
And with the snap of his fingers, the drone flies directly above them, rotating itself until the lens is directly above them. Beaming from the drone is a set of holographic recordings from all over Strixhaven, each one of them featuring a certain young Triton.
I know it.
It's like, well, the prince is much stronger than I had realized, and he wasn't alone. But let's look at it this way. It's thanks to your sister, we now know who and what we're dealing with.
Do you know who they are?
Dovin. So, another snap. And the holograms now display a young woman with a golden arm, a young girl in a fluffy pink dress, and a Mapok accompanied by some mechanical constructs. Each image is taken around the campus.
Canvas Zevenwatt, Amy Freya, Lucky Star. There are 2 others to consider as well.
Okay. And another snap and another hologram. A girl with horns, accompanied by a small fairy.
This girl here is MM, and she's the most dangerous of the lot. Possessed by a spirit who can easily trick the senses, even in recordings. From what we've gathered, the spirit is no friend to them.
Oh, so she could be an ally.
Inconclusive.
And that tiny creature?
Thistle's origins are unknown to us, but he is a trained sniper, clearly a military background. He has not been recorded for several weeks.
There we go. Now I got them all on the table. Okay. Alrighty. Several weeks. Yeah. And he wasn't present in the swamp either. And Orca just smirks at this.
Oh well. 1 down, 5 to go.
Your sister.
I'd like to think that she just flicks Thistle's hologram off the table.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, so we'll just go ahead and do that. Okay. Your sister told me what happened to you all. How your father tried to carve an existence for his family, how the monarchy destroyed everything he worked for, and how you 3 survive in the shadows. You have our condolences. Dovin here is fighting a war as well. It's absolutely shameful that fate can be so cruel to the hardworking and innocent. Don't you agree? The 2 sisters take a moment, and then they nod. That's why we're here. Carla wants vengeance and a safe home for your family. Dovin wants to protect his citizens. And I have my own dream. I wish to transcend life and death. It was accomplished once hundreds of years ago in a ritual, and that's where I need help. There are very specific components needed for it. A potion to initiate the transformation, a chosen vessel, and the proper spells to connect the soul to the vessel.
So that's what you need our sister for.
I have the vessel, Carla will steal the spells, and Dovin's associate has made the base for the potion. Niall, Philippine, I want you to join me. Together, we can perform the impossible. Whatever wish you hold dear in your heart will be granted by our own hands.
It's your choice. I am staying and finishing this. But if you want to go back...
Don't tell us to go home. Not now. We've lost. Madre, Padre, we nearly lost you too. I don't care how it happens. I don't want to lose any more of my family. Look, I'm missing.
That's okay.
We vowed to fight together, remember? No matter how long it takes, no matter the cost, we will have our freedom again.
Do you both accept?
Yes.
Yes.
So the elf then rises from his seat and walks to the sisters, just kind of reaching out and taking a hand. Niall, they take their turn shaking, and Orca is just beaming with pride. So, let us celebrate. Greece!
Coming!
So, alrighty, so let's bring him out here. Okay, a curtain from the northern chamber flies open, and a little creature in a tiny black robe hops out, carrying a bag around its shoulders. When he reaches the table, he leaps onto the slab, where the women get a clear look at him. Big bulging yellow eyes contrast with his muddy, slimy skin, and a pair of sacks in his throat expand as he croaks.
No recruits. I got you, boss.
The frog-like creature reaches into his bag and pulls out a bottle of wine and a set of small cups, croaking as he pours into the cups.
What is that?
It's like, this is Greece, my loyal pest.
A pleasure to meet you, ladies.
Nice to meet you too.
Orca, keep that thing away from me.
Sure.
Don't fucking think about it, pest.
Mergoxor just takes his cup and raises it to the air. Everybody else just following suit. So here's to Niall and Philippine, and here's to our future. Welcome, sisters, to the Auric. And after the toast, Greece leads the new recruits to their personal chambers. So I'll move them here. And then meanwhile, we'll move you guys over to the west here. Okay. Greece leads the new recruits to their chambers, while Dovin pulls Carla to his engineering quarters. She happens to pass an open newspaper lying on a wooden crate and snags it to read while he runs some aether tests. The paper threatens to tear when her fists clench as she reads the title, The Invisible Thief Exposed. Mergoxor then takes this time to pull back the curtain to the north, walking into his own personal chambers. This. Okay. As he makes his way to a small table, he removes one of his gloves, his skeletal hand taking a small brass box covered in golden lines and sections, a puzzle box. His other hand joins and cradles the box, and then he places it against his forehead and just takes a deep breath. It will be over soon, Roderick. Just wait a little longer. And with that is the end of year 1.
Woot!
That means the next time we come back to the campaign proper, we'll have one additional player.
Yay! Fuck you, Hoopa.
I'm sorry, did you say fucking?
That's the twist. That's
Yeah,
actually
if
the
you'll
twist. That's the-
excuse me.
All
All right.
right.
Did you dare, in my presence, mention the name?
Oh my god.
God damn.
Oh God, I made myself lightheaded doing that one.
Oh, god damn.
See you
Maya
all
has been wrong
Saturday,
out with
people.
that.
I am capable of making so many noises that you don't hear because Crisp is usually on.
Alrighty, so Alrighty, so yes, so this Saturday, we return to Ravnica, Trail of Dragons. March 4th, I know I said this in the beginning of, before we started the session, but in case you haven't heard it, March 4th, we're going to be doing a one-shot. It's going to be, taking place, like, within the universe that's, this campaign is set in. And yeah, it is going to be a Aether heist in Kaladesh. So that's going to take place on March 4th. So then March 18th is when we will finally begin year 2 proper. Yep.
Good
Okay,
night,
one thing for sure.
everybody.
Yep,
My
so-
throat didn't like that noise.
All right, yeah, so I hope
I'm
you...
already feeling the effects of it.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all had fun. Again, thank you for sticking with us throughout all of year 1, and here's to a just as fun, if not more fun, year 2.
Yay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.